Chapter 1. Ding! As the door to the small shop was pushed open, a gentle female voice rang out. Welcome! At the same time as the voice rang out, a beautiful face appeared on both sides of the door. Large wavy blonde hair, bright red lips, a flickering smile, and an ostentatious sweetness. However, the person who pushed open the door and entered did not look at this beautiful face for long. Instead, he frowned and shouted towards the counter. Sillin, get old Devon to change this face. How many years has it been? The youth who was busy holding a bottle of wine behind the counter shrugged his shoulders. Can't be helped. The boss likes it. Come on, getting old Devon to change his welcome image is harder than getting him to quit gambling. Some people in the bar jeered, laughing and shouting loudly. As the dream lover of the entire planet's males 30 years ago, the face on the door had indeed made many people obsessed. Time is the cruelest killer. A beauty grows old easily. However, before this killer could make a move, this beautiful singer, screen lover, had perished due to the failure of the genetic transformation. In the first 10 years, there were indeed many people who placed the holographic image of this beautiful singer in their rooms. However, 30 years had passed after all. The tides rose and fell. The fleeting clouds disappeared. The new beauty had buried the lost beauty, and not many people were willing to look back on the fantasy that no longer existed. Of course, the owner of this bar, old Devon, was a sentimental person. Even though it had been 30 years, he still placed the beautiful singer's image in the bar's welcome image. 30 years had passed, just like before. This was also one of the topics that the customers who came here talked about. The person pursed his lips, seemingly very disapproving of the owner's actions. He was also too lazy to say anything more. He walked to an empty seat at a table and sat down. Everyone around him was familiar with him. Very quickly, they began chatting and did not order anything. Sillin, who was also the youth standing at the counter, took down a bottle of wine called Smile under the scorching sun from the wine cabinet. Placing it on the table in front of the person, he opened the bottle cap and left to fetch wine for the other customers. Without any superfluous words, the person continued chatting with the fellows around him. His hand grabbed the bottle that had already been uncorked and took a gulp. This wine is still the best. It's spicy enough. Good kick. Sillin smiled, returned to the counter, and recorded the accounts in his e-book. This bar was very ordinary, and the town it was located in was also very ordinary. Almost all the people here were at the grassroots level. In the words of the people in the central city, they were the lower class. To put it bluntly, they were the untouchables. The untouchables had their own happiness. They liked to sit in bars that did not have high-end robots and only relied on human services. They liked to drink cheap but strong alcohol and talk about what happened in the day with their familiar drinking buddies. They would also complain about their superiors who squeezed them dry and gossip about someone's gossip. It was simple and beautiful. The upper-class people in the prosperous areas did not understand the happiness of these poor people. It was like a successful person wearing exquisite clothes running on the road of money and power, occasionally passing by a ruin and seeing a stray cat excitedly swatting away flies. They would think, how bored must this person be to do such a thing? They are indeed lowly beings. What was lowly? What is nobility? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, the 7 genetic ranks separated everything. People with lowly genes were lowly people, and people with high genes were noble people. That was all. The people in the bar, including Sillin, were all rank F genotypes. On this planet, they could be classified as the lowest of the poor. People with rank E genotypes would be given the opportunity to work in the prosperous areas, and only people with rank D and above could truly establish themselves in the prosperous areas. As for rank G, they were the most pitiful type of people. They were born with poor and incomplete genes, and the diseases they brought could not be cured with simple treatment. For example, there were severe deformities, premature aging, and other congenital diseases. Sillin's former girlfriend, Hina, was a rank G genotype. Premature aging and congenital diseases, coupled with poverty, made it impossible for the cute girl to live out the most beautiful years of her youth. The descendants of superior genes and superior genotypes would not be bad, and might even be better. The descendants of inferior genes and inferior genotypes would be the complete opposite, and the polarization would become more and more serious. Therefore, more people with lower genotypes would try to change their genes, but those who succeeded were few and far between. Apart from the huge expenditure of funds, the success rate of genetic change was extremely low to begin with, and the higher one went, the harder it would be. This was the reason why those with higher genotypes were so proud. And the screen lover from 30 years ago had become history precisely because of the failure of genetic change. People were born to be unequal. It was just that habit would make people numb. Hey, Cylin, old Devin hasn't appeared for many days. He still hasn't returned from his blind date? Someone shouted. Yeah, the success rate this time should be quite high. Cylin replied with a smile. TCH, the crowd did not think much of it, and began to criticize old Devin's failed blind date history. Cylin only listened with a smile, and did not express his opinion. He did not tell those people that old Devin had actually gone to fulfill his dream, because he had hit the jackpot and became rich overnight. Old Devin's dream was to find an E-rank genotype woman who was neither too young nor too old, and extract the sperm he had stored in the sperm bank long ago. It would be best if he could give birth to an E-rank genotype baby, open a small shop in the city, and live a stable life. As long as he had money, there was no need to worry about not being able to find an E-rank genotype woman, even if old Devin was an F-rank genotype that was one level lower. The annual water, land, and air competition was something that the people of the entire planet paid special attention to, and it was also what gamblers looked forward to the most. This was because the stakes were big enough that even if they did not win completely, as long as they reached a certain standard, the poor would still become rich overnight. Old Devin had been able to escape his impoverished status precisely because he had hit the jackpot in this competition. Of course, the reason why old Devin was able to hit the jackpot was mostly because of Cylin. Every time old Devin made a bet, he would ask Cylin first before he dared to bet. Although old Devin was a money grubber, he was still very good to Cylin, otherwise Cylin would not have helped him. Moreover, old Devin had already sent the bonus for this time's jackpot to Cylin on the same day. As the night deepened, the customers slowly left. Cylin took a shower, changed his clothes, sprayed a special kind of chemical to remove the other smells, and then locked the shop door. He looked at the black sky, where there were a few tiny specks that looked like starlight flashing. The weather forecast said that there would be a moderate rain lasting an hour starting from midnight, and there were still 40 minutes until midnight. 40 minutes would be enough. 30 minutes later, Cylin arrived at a factory area under the cover of some protruding eaves and sheds. He deftly and skillfully avoided the peripheral scanning, took out a magnetic card that he had prepared beforehand, opened the main door, and silently snuck into a staff dormitory next to the warehouse. After all, this was not the central city, and the security system in such a small place was neither brilliant nor complicated. The person lying on the bed seemed to have sensed something, but before he could do anything, he lost consciousness, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep again. However, somewhere behind the person's ear and neck, a place covered by hair, there were 3 pitch-black thin needles inserted soundlessly. Cylin's hand swept over them lightly, and after making sure that there were no other traces left, he left through the cover of the eaves and sheds, just like before. There was a heaven's eye in the sky, and thermal weapons would be detected by the local area detection network. If he wanted to solve things without anyone knowing, he could only use the most primitive method, because they did not have energy waves. As a hunter, Cylin could be considered to have had a hard time. Due to his age and genotype, he could not become a hunter in the open. To be more precise, Cylin was a shadow hunter. The so-called shadow hunter was the collective name for the type of people who worked with hunters but were hidden in the dark, with sensitive identities that could not be exposed to the public. From the age of 14 until now, Cylin had been a shadow hunter for close to 3 years. He had initially chosen to be a hunter because of Hannah's illness. After Hannah passed away, Cylin had been maintaining this profession. This was because he needed a large amount of money to leave this planet safely. 5 minutes after Sillin left, another shadow sneaked in and took the person Sillin had killed away to exchange for bounties, then split them evenly. Throughout the close to 3 years of working together, the hunter had never known the identity of the shadow. Of course, the hunter did not care. As long as he could successfully capture the prey and exchange it for bounties, the rest was not important. Moreover, Sillin believed that the hunter he had chosen would not waste too much effort to investigate the identity of the shadow. This was because Sillin had put in a lot of effort to analyze all possible situations before he had chosen the target to work with. To some of the less qualified hunters, without the shadow, they would not be able to complete their mission at all. They would not get any bounties and would even lose their lives. Therefore, to a certain extent, these hunters and shadows were in a symbiotic relationship. As for the top hunters, they did not need shadows at all. Of course, hunter regiments were an exception. They were a special kind of existence. The hunter would not have thought that the shadow he was working with, a rank D genotype, was only a rank F genotype. No one would believe him even if he said it out loud. At midnight, the pitter-patter of rain could be heard. Sillin sat in an abandoned building, looking at the water droplets that were getting bigger and bigger outside. The rain had washed away Sillin's lingering scent and tiny traces. This was also one of the reasons why Sillin had chosen to act at this time. Sillin had no idea what natural raindrops looked like. He had only seen them on television, and they did not exist on this planet at all. There were only weather stations that controlled the weather precisely, adjusted the intensity of sunlight precisely, and simulated wind, rain, and lightning. Everything was man-made. A gust of wind blew past. Through the cracked walls, Sillin caught the scent of cement and waste slag. Other than that, there was also an unexpectedly familiar scent. The corner of Sillin's eyebrow twitched. He carefully identified the scent in the wind, and after confirming it, he had a strange expression on his face. He did not expect someone to use that in this day and age. Chapter 2. Sillin's nose was very sensitive. He could separate and analyze the mixed scents. That was why Sillin was surprised. Was the person who used these reagents bored out of his mind? Or was he interested in research? Or was there some other reason? The smell did not come from the rain outside. From the direction of the wind and several other smells mixed in with the airflow, it could be determined that the smell came from inside the building. However, who would use those ancient reagents in an abandoned building like this? Or rather, in this day and age, other than some weird R&D departments, who would use such primitive methods? Following the smell, Sillin found a pipe as thick as a thumb in a pile of waste. He didn't walk far along the pipe before he realized that the back of the pipe was hidden in the wall. He hit really well. He turned on the thumb-sized light projector. The light blue light shone on the wall, revealing the pipe buried in the wall. After checking, Sillin became more and more curious. Interesting. Other than this pipe, Sillin found a few other places, and they were all very well hidden. Sillin became more careful. Although leaving this place was the best choice, Sillin had a strange feeling that urged him to find a reason. Going down the pipe, he went through many turns. Some of them even required Sillin to crawl in through the ancient air vents. When he arrived at the first floor of the building, Sillin opened a hidden cover and walked down the narrow staircase below. The surroundings were quiet, but not completely silent. After carefully sensing that there was no one within a short distance, Sillin held the light and continued walking. The number of pipes increased, and Sillin knew that he was getting closer and closer to his target. He took a deep breath and turned off the flashlight. Although he did not sense anyone in front of him, his instincts told him that it would not be as smooth as it seemed. Although the energy waves produced by the flashlight were limited to a range of 10 meters, Sillin decisively turned it off just to be safe. The surroundings were pitch black. Sillin relied on the subtle flow of air to determine the direction and avoid obstacles. About half an hour later, the surrounding space gradually expanded, and some fingernail-sized electronic lights appeared one after another. With the light, one could see that this place had a certain history. There was also a layer of dust on the electronic board. Although it was not thick, no one would be able to leave this place for at least a month. Looking at the spots of light on the wall, Scylla became more and more uneasy. Something was wrong, very wrong. This place was like a trap. A trap. A strong sense of danger struck. Scylla didn't think too much about it and turned around to run back. As a hunter, his instincts told him that he had no way of dealing with the upcoming danger. But what was even faster than Scylla was the thick, custom-made steel plate that sealed off the path of retreat. With a flip of his hand, a metal knife appeared in Scylla's hand. Although he could cut through the steel plate with a laser knife, it would take a lot of time, and the strong energy fluctuations of the laser knife would expose Scylla's position. With his back against the steel plate, Scylla quietly looked ahead. He knew that there must be someone up ahead. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps were neither fast nor slow as they approached. There was no intention of hiding at all. Instead, there was a fearless attitude. Click! A beam of light shone, and the tunnel was instantly lit up. Scylla squinted his eyes and quickly recovered from the discomfort he felt from going from weak to strong light. But the person standing in front of him did not seem to be in a hurry, waiting for Scylla to recover. It was an old man who looked like an F-rank genotype who was nearing 100 years old. He looked like he would be buried at any moment. The old man's skin was yellowish-brown, and his body was shriveled. His exposed arms showed the atrophy of his muscles. Because the old man was wearing goggles, Scylla could not see his eyes clearly. But it was this shriveled old man in front of him that made all the hairs on Scylla's body tremble. The old man slowly walked towards Scylla, so leisurely that it was as if he was taking a stroll. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Scylla jumped up with a whoosh, not even leaving an afterimage behind. It was clear that his speed was not any weaker than a D-rank genotype. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal rang out. Next to the old man's carotid artery, a withered twig hand gripped the tip of the knife firmly, as if it was holding a twig. Be it the ion blade or the laser blade, the energy waves generated by them were too great. With Scylla's current physical fitness, the chances of him exposing himself were even higher. Therefore, Scylla preferred to use cold weapons and kill people in silence. But even such a specially made alloy knife was easily blocked by the old man in front of him, who looked like he was about to be buried. No, it should be said that it was easily gripped. 3 years of experience as a hunter between life and death gave Scylla no time to think. The person in front of him was not someone he could handle. Run! But before Scylla could make a move, his body was suddenly tightly bound by something that looked like liquid metal. Looking towards the source of those things, Scylla was shocked to find that these liquid metal things were coming from the 5 fingers of the old man's other hand. To be precise, they were extensions of the old man's 5 fingers. Human? Machine? Mutant? Or is it some unknown species? Scylla could smell the scent of death from the cold touch. Every pore on his body was exhaling cold air. Crack! The alloy dagger that had taken the lives of God knows how many wanted criminals was crushed. The old man's withered fingers grabbed Scylla's neck and lifted Scylla off the ground like a little chick. His limbs were bound, and the blood vessels in his neck were almost blocked. Hee, you came at the right time. From the sound of his voice, the old man seemed to be very happy, even a little impatient. If a normal person was grabbed like this, they would have started to roll their eyes, but Scylla still had the mental energy to think of a countermeasure. The old man looked at Scylla and was even more satisfied. Door after door opened, door after door closed. Scylla was more and more shocked. There was actually such a place hidden in this poor town. This underground secret room was definitely more than 30 to 50 years old, and it was far more complicated than Scylla thinks. Be it protection or concealment, it was done extremely well. Otherwise, it would not have been discovered for so many years. Or perhaps the people who discovered it were already dead. Scylla glanced at an open room, which was filled with people who were kept in liquid tanks like preserved specimens. The twisted expressions on their faces made Scylla shudder. It was obvious that these people had suffered unbearable torture before they died. Perhaps, in the next moment, Scylla would become one of them. The old man did not intend to kill Scylla immediately. He controlled the strength in his hands very well, not giving Scylla a chance to escape. nor did he damage Silen's bodily functions. The reason why the old man said that Silen had come at the right time was because Silen had just delivered himself to the door after a dead test subject was put into a liquid tank. Silen was brought into a room filled with instruments and tools of all sizes. There were many bottles and jars placed on a table in a corner of the room, and Silen had already identified a few of them from the gas that was expelled from the pipes. These were the reagents used to purify DNA. In this era, except for those old pedants, almost no one used or understood the primitive method of DNA purification. Silen had also done similar experiments, but it was only out of curiosity, and he did not conduct in-depth research. With today's technology, purifying DNA only required a palm-sized instrument. It was fast, precise, and could even perform functional analysis of the genome. However, no matter what kind of purification and analysis instrument it was, it required a real name, authentication, and registration. Every instrument had a registration code, chip binding, and data connection. Since the old man had chosen to purify by hand, and from the looks of it, he was doing it in large quantities, it meant that this person was engaged in illegal research and was a wanted man. However, Silen searched through the wanted information in his mind, but could not find anything related to this person in front of him. The planet's wanted list, regardless of the degree of danger, was public. There were only two pieces of information on the wanted list. One was a picture, and the other was the bounty. Because this laboratory was underground and covered with a rare layer of isotope isolation, it had not been discovered by the sky's eye. The data from the instruments in the laboratory should also not be connected to the outside world, so it could avoid other investigations. What was this old man trying to do? Placing Silen on a floating white table, the old man pressed a button on an instrument next to it. Silen's wrists and limbs were buckled by a hook that emerged from the table. Fine silk threads emerged from the table and drilled into Silen's body through his clothes, instantly turning Silen into a test subject full of wires and tubes. One side was full of red silk tubes, and the other side was full of blue silk tubes. The data on the monitor next to him kept jumping. Since Silen had been tied up by the thing on the table, even his fingers were not let go. The old man retracted his hand, and his fingers returned to their original withered form. After injecting a tube of something that looked like a cold, sticky liquid into Silen, he quickly pressed the button on the instrument and analyzed the data from more than 10 other instruments. Pain that drilled into his bones. His fingers trembled, and the blood in his entire body flowed irregularly. Every moment was challenging the limits of his nerves, and his thoughts were almost instantly scattered. However, after a short period of blankness, Silen finally managed to focus his thoughts bit by bit. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before he himself would become one of those specimens. Those sticky liquid-like things were actually tiny, specially made biochips. Some of their properties were very similar to gene carriers, and they could be integrated into the chromosomes of the human body to replicate and divide at the same time. The red silk tubes were in charge of induction, providing nutrients while inducing the metabolism of the host body to speed up cell division. Meanwhile, the blue silk tubes were in charge of apoptosis, causing the lagging cells to die. The old man stared at a rising wave on the screen and chuckled a few times. He turned the knob in his hand 10 degrees clockwise. Every 10 degrees, the degree of induction would increase by one stage, and the degree of activation of the biochips would also increase accordingly. The changes in the hippocampal region of the brain, the methylation region on the chromosomes, and the communication frequency between cells were displayed in the form of data on the constantly flashing screen. This made the old man extremely excited. Silen's nerves were once again assaulted by an even greater wave of pain, and then he painstakingly gathered his spirit together. Not simple. A mere F-rank genotype can actually reach such a level. Looking at the knob that had already been turned 180 degrees, the old man began to talk to himself, but his words were filled with obvious excitement. 180 degrees meant that the biochips had already been activated by 50%, and now this person was actually still alive. The data flashing on the screen caused the old man's voice to tremble slightly. Among those experimental subjects in the past less than half of them could withstand 180 degrees. This meant that this mere F-rank genotype's body's endurance was comparable to that of a deer rank. However, how long could he last? Another 10 degrees would result in another set of data that made the old man unbearably excited. But the old man didn't care about Silen's life or death. Silen searched for an opportunity to escape amidst the constant bombardment of pain. Chapter 3. At the moment of life and death, intense pain will crush your will to live. At this time, you might as well perform deep self-hypnosis to numb the nerves that transmit pain. Focus your mind and use the shortest amount of time to think. This was what Xianxia had said to Silen before, but Silen had never actually carried it out because he had never been as powerless as he was now. Hypnosis. Self-hypnosis. His entire body twitching. Silen took a deep breath with difficulty and closed his eyes. Looking at the rising wave on the screen, the old man's hand trembled. He took off his goggles and leaned closer to the screen. His sunken eyes stared at the screen as if trying to determine if this was real or not. The knob had already turned 270 degrees, and the chip was activated by 75%. Without looking at Silen on the experiment table, the old man's smile was a little twisted. The pulse of the life indicator was still quite strong, which meant that it could be adjusted even higher. 280 degrees, 290 degrees, 300 degrees. The instrument had already started to issue warnings. The crimson warning sign and the ear-piercing beep did not shake the old man in the slightest. The old man's eyes were filled with madness. In the past, almost 1,000 test subjects had not been able to withstand 300 degrees. But today, my Ori's name will also appear in glory in code. Silen did not have the energy to pay attention to the old man's words. If he heard it, he would definitely think that this old man was crazy. With only this kind of resource allocation, he actually wanted to appear in glory and code. Glory and code were the names of the most famous electronic magazines in the Galaxy Network. They were known as the history books of the League of Stars. In front of these two electronic magazines, the countless electronic publications of the League of Stars were reduced to the background. These two were also the only publications with over 90 contribution points in the League of Stars electronic publication system. In other words, the lowest contribution points for the people's achievements or inventions published in these two electronic magazines was at least 90. The people, achievements, and research that appeared in Glory and Code, any one of them was enough to make the entire League of Stars tremble. There were many generals and politicians in Glory, while there were many academic technicians in Code. Regardless of whether it was the people or the results recorded in these two giant magazines, all of them were the result of the accumulation of countless manpower, material resources, financial resources, and time. On planet Brown Earth, where Silen was, the highest reported contribution was only in the 20s, and it could only be recorded in some magazines that did not have much influence. Actually, as long as the contribution points exceeded 10, it would be broadcasted on the planet's TV station for more than 10 days, not to mention the contribution points above 90. Therefore, normal people would think that the old man's words were delusional. The old man turned the knob again. 310 degrees, 320 degrees, the sound of the alarm grew more and more urgent, and the fluctuations of the life curve began to become chaotic. Several instruments had already begun to emit smoke and vibrate with banging sounds. A few buttons had also exploded, and the vibrations were becoming more and more intense. The silk tubes on Silen's body also began to tremble, as if they were unable to bear the load. Bang! One of the finger cuffs that locked onto Silen's finger bounced off due to the high load. Bang! Another one. The old man no longer had time to care about Silen. All of his attention was attracted by the data on the screen. His finger was on the knob, and he could not wait to see the final data. Buttons were flying off from the instruments all around him. There was no more time. Silen knew where his limit was. Two of his freed fingers clamped onto a button that had bounced off from an unknown instrument. This was the reaction of the last trace of consciousness left in the self-hypnosis stimulated by the pain, and it was also Silen's last chance. It was just a trace of consciousness, but the analysis was surprisingly accurate. It was unprecedentedly accurate, like a precise instrument making adjustments and error analysis. In almost less than a second, Silen shot out the button in his hand. Poof! The flying button passed through the ground, the wall, and the baffle of an instrument, and after 3 ricochets, it shot into the central nervous system in the old man's left eye, cutting off the neural network circuit, and he died instantly. Meanwhile, at this time, the madman's finger was on the knob, preparing to make the final adjustment. The knob's display was already pointing at 350 degrees. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a matter of life and death. If it really was turned 360 degrees, then Silen would have lost his life. Fortunately, the old man really was a human. Fortunately, the old man did not carry out abnormal modifications on his entire body. The old man who died instantly collapsed next to the instrument. The moment the old man died, all of the silk tubes that bound Silen were retracted. A warning popped up on the instrument, and an electronic voice sounded. Master is dead. Beginning to erase program. Silen could not care less about his still somewhat numb body. He flipped over and fell off the stage. He could not stand up, and could only raise his head to look at the images and data that instantly swept past the screen. Every piece of information that was about to be erased would flash across the screen. It was hard to imagine that the old man would set up such an erasure mode. Even those with B rank, or even a rank genotypes, might not be able to capture the data and images. Even if they could capture it, they might not be able to remember it all, and it was limited to only one screen. But Silen was able to memorize the contents of these dozen or so screens in his mind. This would have been impossible in the past. Although his memory was strong in the past, his capture speed could not keep up, much less memorize over a dozen screens at the same time. Silen's body was adjusting swiftly. His eyes appeared to be unfocused, but the information flashing on the dozen or so screens was deeply imprinted in his mind. If he did not understand these information, he might not even know how he died. The thing the old man injected into him was like an unknown bomb. 5 minutes later, the program erasure was complete. All information related to this experiment, including information about the old man Ori Hansen, as long as it flashed across the screen, was memorized by Silen. Erasure program complete. Executing destruction program in 5 minutes. Counting down to desertification. Fuck. Silen cursed in his heart. He moved his body, which had regained some of its senses, and propped himself up with difficulty. He staggered toward the exit. All the doors to the underground laboratory were open. The other rooms were used to store things such as specimens, food, equipment, drugs, and so on. The real core was the room Silen was in, so Silen did not have the mind or time to care about the things in the other rooms. He followed the route he had been brought in from his memory and walked out. The doors were all open and unobstructed, as if it had been specially arranged. 5 minutes was just right. When Silen reached the vent of the pipe at the edge of the laboratory, the desertification program was activated. A pit that looked like quicksand appeared in the center of the laboratory and extended outwards. The ground, all the experimental equipment, and the dead old man all turned into quicksand. The range of the desertification spread. When Silen crawled out of the vent and returned to the building, the desertification reached the vent. Silen did not have time to rest. He knew that the so-called destruction program by the old man was not just desertification. In order to prevent the results of his research from being leaked, the old man had bound his life to all the programs. To be so resolute, the destruction would definitely be more thorough. Fortunately, it was still dark and there was no one on the streets. Under the cover of darkness, Silen walked under the canopy and under the eaves. If he was discovered by Heaven's eye, everything would be for naught. Sure enough, not long after Silen left, a huge explosion woke up the people who were still asleep. A mushroom cloud surged into the sky, a dazzling fire, a large crater on the ground, and the surrounding buildings that had collapsed due to the explosion. Broken walls and ruins were everywhere. The awakened children were crying and shouting, and the adults were cursing incessantly. Before some curious people could approach the scene of the explosion, a white light fell from the sky, enveloping the area of the explosion in a white light cage, isolating it from the outside world. The sky eye had already responded, and it was believed that it would not be long before the patrols of the security team came here to understand the situation. However, that was not what Scylla needed to pay attention to. After sneaking back to his small house of 10 square meters in the poor area, his highly tense nerves slowly relaxed, and he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 4. In his dreams, some information recorded in his brain flashed, and Scylla's body was also changing. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 2 days later. Scylla did not go to old Devon's shop, but to his master, Xianxia's residence. Scylla was picked up by Xianxia in the forest west of the town. At that time, because of an abnormal stellar flare, the crops of the surrounding planets had failed, and the price of nutrient supplements had skyrocketed. To the poor, it was a disaster. Many people starved to death, and the children who could not feed themselves were sold to the rich in the bustling city. Scylla was one of the children who could not be sold in time. That day, a chaotic battle broke out in the forest west of the town because of food. When Xianxia arrived, only Scylla, who was still swaddled in a tree hole, was still alive. Xianxia was only a 7-element genotype rank F, but he lived better than a D rank, and was even stronger. Xianxia taught Scylla a set of fitness methods. Compared to the fitness methods Scylla had seen on TV, Xianxia's set was improved on the human body's dynamics and other aspects. And these fitness methods were later used by Scylla to hunt. Xianxia once said that this bodybuilding method was originally adapted from a martial arts technique. It had removed the killing power and added a little more peace, but Scylla had slowly restored the parts that had been removed through practice. Xianxia passed away when Scylla was 12. No one knew how old Xianxia was, and the only thing Scylla knew was that his master was not simple. Every month, Scylla would come over to clean up Xianxia's house. The decorations in the house were not shabby, and it gave off a peaceful and simple feeling, just like Xianxia himself, not showing off the scenery. He clearly did not lack money, but he was willing to live in this poor area quietly. There was a huge tree more than 20 meters tall in the backyard, its huge crown covering most of the yard. Xianxia said that this tree might be the only one in the entire galaxy. A wooden rocking chair lay quietly under the tree. Xianxia always liked to lie on a rocking chair and murmur. The chair creaked as it swayed, as if the gears of time were turning. Scylla walked to the tree and took out the crystal-like pendant hanging around his neck. "Master, Hannah and I are here to see you." In Scylla's world, there was only Xianxia and Hannah. Old Devon could barely be considered one of them, but now that Xianxia and Hannah were gone, old Devon was about to start a new life of his own. He leaned against the tree and sat down. Through the gaps between the leaves, he could see the tiny specks of light sprinkling down, but he couldn't feel much warmth. "I'm the only one left." Scylla raised his arm and activated the AI chip according to the information in his mind. Looking at his hands now, they clearly looked no different from before, but they could easily penetrate a 10-centimeter thick steel plate, just like the perverted old man from before who could easily crush an alloy dagger. He hadn't digested much of the information recorded in his mind, so he only had some basic knowledge. For example, the control of his body's muscles, the activation and silence of his genes. Something worth mentioning was that due to the integration of the AI chip, Scylla's genotype was now B rank. Before Xianxia closed his eyes, he told Scylla that if Scylla's genotype reached C rank one day, he could open the box in his room. If he couldn't, he should never open it. Getting up, Scylla walked into the room Xianxia used to live in and opened the cupboard. Inside was a small wooden box. There was an invisible protective membrane around the box, which was used to check one's gene rank. Scylla had been sent flying when his genotype was F rank. He put his hand on the transparent membrane again, and the faint glow spread until it disappeared. Scylla took the box out. The key to opening it was Scylla's genetic information, the double code in his genome and mitochondrial DNA. "Pack!" The box opened. Jinya's image appeared. Although it was only the size of a palm, it was very clear. Sillin, the fact that you're able to open this box means that not only is your genotype at C rank, you're also younger than 50. Sillin raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect Jinya to set an age limit. Sillin, if you plan to go out into space, then continue. If not, then close the box and never open it. This is an order from your master. Sillin didn't move. After a while, the image flickered and became clear again. Since you've chosen to go out into space, do me a favor. Take the ring in the box with you. If the ring reacts one day, send me home. Hearing Jinya's voice, Sillin would be lying if he said he wasn't shocked. The ring was actually a subspace ring. This kind of technology couldn't be produced on the planet Sillin was from. Only the super rich in the prosperous central area would have them. It was a luxury among luxury items, but Jinya actually had one. Moreover, Sillin could feel that it was even more intricate and complicated than the subspace rings and necklaces of the rich. The more Jinya spoke, the more Sillin felt that Jinya's identity wasn't simple. The tree in the yard is called the Fuji tree. My family's emblem is the Fuji leaf. The upper tree Fuji, Jin family. I haven't heard of it since I came to this area. It turned out that when Jinya was young, he was mischievous and accidentally drove his family's spaceship into the Devil's Zone. A wormhole suddenly appeared and swallowed the spaceship he was in. He arrived in this foreign star system, and his spaceship was destroyed. After wandering around for a while, he arrived at Planet X, C-362, which was the planet he was now on. Although Jinya didn't explain many details, Sillin could guess some of it. Before the ring reacts, do not mention the Jin family or the upper tree Fuji. After explaining, the image disappeared, leaving behind a wood-like ring. The ring looked a little big, so Sillin put it on his left thumb. The moment he put on, the originally wood-like ring suddenly turned into a curled, leaf-shaped green pattern that stuck closely to his skin. It didn't look like a ring at all, but a tattoo that couldn't be removed no matter how hard he tried. No matter how he rubbed it, it felt like he was rubbing a tattoo that couldn't be erased. Fuck, he shouldn't have put it on his thumb. Who would tattoo a curled leaf on their thumb? Following Jinya's instructions, Sillin dug out Jinya's coffin that was buried under the Fuji tree in the yard. Back then, he didn't cremate it with electricity. Instead, he followed Jinya's will and buried him in a coffin made from the Fuji tree. Of course, only Sillin and Hannah knew about this. Without touching the coffin, Sillin pointed the leaf pattern on his thumb at the coffin. With a flash of green light, the coffin was sucked into the ring. Sillin could feel where the coffin was in the ring. Moreover, Sillin knew that there was still a lot of space in the ring, enough to store for a long journey. After setting up everything in the yard, Sillin kissed the pendant hanging on his finger. Looking at the leaf pattern on his thumb, he smiled and said, "The three of us are going on an adventure." Chapter 5. Because of the explosion, the public security officer had personally come to supervise, and the people living around the explosion area would be interrogated every day, causing panic among the people. Many shops in town were not open, so even if Sillin did not go to the bar, no one would notice. Moreover, the place where Sillin lived was the poorest area, so the patrolman only symbolically interrogated a few people before leaving, without questioning Sillin. Returning to the streets of town once more, Sillin did not plan to open the bar for business. Instead, he contacted Old Devon. After all, he needed to inform the boss about the shop's matters. Old Devon was currently in the midst of a passionate love affair, his face glowing. Just like Old Devon's former dream, he had found a suitable age, an E-rank genotype woman, and was planning to get married and live the rest of his life. Hearing Sillin say that he was preparing to go out and explore, Old Devon thought that Sillin just wanted to go to the prosperous areas to try his luck, and as a senior, he did not say anything more after giving some advice. Young people were impulsive, and it was a good thing to have pursuits. There was no way he would stay in that poor, trashy place for the rest of his life. After all, Sillin was only 17 years old. Old Devon did not plan to return and gave this little shop to Sillin. After all, the location of the bar was not good, and even if it was sold, it would not sell for much. Old Devon did not know many people in the city and could not help Sillin in terms of connections, so he was prepared to give Sillin some more money, but was rejected by Sillin. After rejecting Old Devon, Sillin told Old Devon to take care and ended the conversation. His savings were far greater than what Old Devon had imagined. Sillin did not plan to sell the bar immediately, but sublet it to the people who lived in the same poor area and let them transfer the rent to his carry account every year. Sillin returned to his little poor house and packed his things. That night, he went to Xianxia's residence once more. Unlike last time, he did it in a very secretive manner. This was because the matter this time was very important, and Xianxia's residence's defenses were very effective at shielding internal and external signals. It added an extra layer of security. Inside the room, Sillin relaxed his body and began to guide the changes inside his body. The chips that had been integrated into his body's genes had seeped into every cell in his body as the host replicated and spread through his bloodstream. Right now, Sillin's goal was to allow these chips to selectively express themselves. Of course, since the chips hadn't reached 100% when they were first activated, there was a limit to how much they could express themselves. The command was sent from the brain, and every central information was transmitted to the chip inside every cell. The chip began to selectively express itself, and the expression of the original genome was also disrupted and changed. The most obvious change was Sillin's appearance. His facial bones began to change. The color of his hair, eyes, and skin began to change. Even his skeleton began to change. This was not a temporary stain, nor was it a plastic surgery, but a genetic change. Even the most advanced instruments could not detect it, because this was a change controlled from the very source. This was Sillin's trump card. According to the data and information Horley left behind, in theory, the main body could control the chips to recombine, break, delete, or mutate the original DNA in the cells. For example, if someone wanted to examine Sillin's DNA information, then Sillin could control his body fluids, hair, or other cells in other parts of his body to change the moment before they left the body, making it impossible for others to detect Sillin's true DNA information. However, because the chips had not been completely activated, every time a large change was made, a period of stabilization was needed before the changes could be controlled from the very source. The crisp sounds of bones cracking stopped, and when Sillin felt that the changes in the other parts of his body had also ended, he looked at his reflection in the mirror and was a little speechless. The original black hair, black eyes, and wheat-colored skin of a healthy, sunny young man had turned into light gray hair, dark blue eyes, pale skin, and a slightly thinner skeleton than before. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like one of those rich kids in the city. Although his face was not extraordinarily handsome, it was still handsome and stylish. Overall, he did not look as domineering as before. Sillin frowned, not very satisfied with this appearance, but because the activation of the chips was not perfect, he could not do anything about some of the changes on the surface. Forget it, this is it, I'll make do with it for now. Xianxia once said that there were only two kinds of people who could change the world: gods and madmen. Sillin felt that old man Ori belonged to the latter. As for whether he could reach the level of glory and code, it remained to be seen. However, it had to be said that Ori was a genius. With only that kind of equipment, most of it was done by hand, he could actually create such a crazy thing. Sillin spent a lot of money to buy a blank identity card from the black market. The identity serial number and magnetic seal on it could be verified by the authorities. Sillin entered his name and the picture of his current face and other fake information, then swiped it in the card slot of a device beside him. The screen showed Sillin's current identity information. As long as the authorities did not spend a lot of effort to check, this identity card would not be suspected by the inspectors. Apart from the identity card, Sillin also bought a galactic savings card from the underground black market. After a series of complicated and careful operations, Sillin deposited the rest of his money into this carry card. For these two cards, Sillin spent a few million star coins, and now his savings were less than a tenth. Moreover, It was important to know that it was impossible to obtain these things with money alone without the channels. This was also the benefit of Silen's 3 years as a hunter. The next day, Silen, who had changed drastically, boarded the flight X, C-362 to X, C-100 with a light body. The airport security check and identity information did not encounter any obstacles. Silen sat on the passenger starship's chair and touched the curly leaf pattern on his left thumb. The security check did not detect anything at all. If it was a normal subspace item, it would not have gone so smoothly, not to mention that there were dangerous items such as guns. He pressed a button on the chair, and an image appeared in front of him, showing the scene outside the starship. Although Silen lived in a poor town, he had been in many places on this planet as a shadow hunter. Now that he thought about it, it was a different feeling, a mixture of emotions. The towering skyscrapers, the bustling city, they gradually became smaller and blurry, and the entire view of the planet appeared before his eyes. For the first time, Silen saw the true face of the sky, a satellite array. They monitored the entire view of the ground and could take immediate measures, just like the protective light shield that night, to control the area of destruction of the explosion. Silen took out the pendant on his neck to let it have a good look at the planet. Hina, Master, we're leaving. I don't know when we'll be back. Chapter 6. Planet X, C-100, was equivalent to a transportation hub in Sector X. Most of the sectors divided by the Galactic Alliance were located on Planet X, C-100. Tens of thousands of airplanes and spaceships took off and landed every day. And Silen's target was Sector D2M, one of the 10 fast-developing free trade sectors in the Galactic Alliance. Sector X was just a lagging zone. As for Sector A to C, it wasn't easy to gain a foothold there. Sector A had many political organizations, and the Galactic Alliance's coalition government was located there. Sector B had many academies and a lot of financial and trade centers. As for Sector C, it was mostly a military location and the most famous military academy of the League of Stars, the League of Stars Military Academy, was located there. Sector A, B, and C were called the Shining 3-Star Zones by the people of the League of Stars. It wasn't a place just anyone could go. The waters were too deep, and there was no telling when they would be destroyed inexplicably. Sitting in a restaurant near the airport, Silen held his chin and looked at the scenery outside. Compared to the chaotic splendor of planet Brown Earth, everything on Transit Planet X, C-100 was orderly and orderly. From large cargo ships to small flying cars flying above the streets, everything was orderly. Sector X's transportation hub lived up to its name. Silen bought a tabloid newspaper. The flashing animations and resounding names on the newspaper always made people feel that every day was fresh. Silen drank the tea in his cup. The tickets to Sector K had already been bought, and all Silen had to do was wait. Whether it was his sitting posture, drinking tea, or holding the newspaper, Silen gave off the feeling that he was extremely cultured. This was something he had been raised by Xianxia since he was young, and there was no way anyone could tell that he came from the slums. Of course, this was just a disguise. Coupled with his current appearance, Silen thought that he could easily give off the impression of a ruffian. "Hey, sweetheart, do you still have a free table?" A young man with brown, shoulder-length curly hair, wearing a pair of sunglasses and somewhat fancy clothes, walked into the shop with a large black suitcase. The 2 buttons on his chest were undone, revealing his strong chest muscles to show off his explosive masculinity. He was teasing the waitress, and his eyes were unabashedly staring at the waitress's perky breasts. There was clearly a robot attendant beside him, but he just had to approach the waitress on the other side of the counter. This kind of flirting was very common, and the waitress was obviously not surprised by such a situation. She still replied with a smile, "I'm sorry, there are no empty tables, but there are still empty seats. Would you like to wait first, or go to the empty seats and... Oh, so it's already gone. What a pity." The young man glanced around the shop through his sunglasses, and his gaze finally stopped at Silen's table. "That table, I'll squeeze with that little friend." "Okay, please." The waitress's smile was a little stiff. That was a standard six-person table, and now there was only one person there. If this person was included, there would only be two people. How could it be squeezed? Although there were quite a few tables in the shop that were only occupied by one or two people, Diaz chose this table out of all the others. Diaz felt that this kid gave him a very strange feeling that he couldn't quite put his finger on. Moreover, he also looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Putting the suitcase in his hand aside, casually, Diaz sat opposite Sillin. Even though he was in the shop, he did not plan to take off his sunglasses. For the time being, he could sum it up as acting cool. After taking the menu from the waitress, his finger kept sliding on it, switching and choosing the menu images one by one. Okay, I'll order these first. Okay, please wait a moment. After ordering the menu, Diaz said to Sillin, who was really reading the newspaper, "Hey, little friend, are you waiting for your flight?" Sillin raised his head and smiled elegantly. With a very cultured expression, he replied, "Yes, uncle." An uncle? This bastard actually called the handsome, radiant, and charming me uncle? If this was one of his subordinates, Diaz would have slapped them with a shoe a long time ago. However, interesting. From the moment Diaz walked into the shop, Sillin had been paying attention to this guy. Even though he knew nothing about this young man, Sillin felt that this person was very strong, stronger than anyone he had met before. Sillin did not show any anger towards the other person, calling him a 17-year-old little guy. Instead, he responded with uncle. Diaz laughed, picked up the wine glass that had been served, and drained it in one gulp. "I'm waiting too. I've already bought a ticket to Sector K. What about you?" "Me too. Yo, it looks like we're fated." The waitress who had served the desserts rolled her eyes on the inside when she heard this. Fated? Fated my ass. 80% of the people sitting here are waiting for the flight to Sector K. So this is the only fated person in your eyes? Do you think the rest are all half-evolved gorillas? Thanks, sweetheart. As he said this, Diaz's hand even brushed lightly across the back of the waitress's white and tender hand in a very provocative manner. You're welcome. With a smile on his face, he ignored her decisively. Diaz, on the other hand, didn't mind. He turned around and began chatting with Sillin as if nothing had happened. He made small comments about today's news, and most of them were disdain and criticism. Most of the time, Sillin listened quietly and only nodded or said a few words when Diaz asked a question. Meanwhile, Diaz's but gradually moved towards Sillin. Although Sillin looked relaxed on the surface, his heart was tense and all his muscles were ready to move at any moment. You haven't introduced yourself yet." Diaz moved closer to Sillin and said mysteriously with undisguised pride on his face, "My name is Diaz." Once he was done, Diaz leaned backwards against the soft back of the chair, crossed his arms, and smiled smugly. The translation of his expression was, "Admire me. Worship me. Have you seen a god?" Every table was surrounded by transparent light partitions. The people on the other side of the light partitions could not hear the conversation on this side. Moreover, when Diaz said this, he intentionally or unintentionally used his arm to block the light partitions. The people outside could not see the shape of Diaz's lips, so it was impossible to judge what he was saying based on the shape of his lips. Sillin blinked. For a moment, he did not understand why this guy was so smug. "Oh, my name is Sillin." Sillin's reaction really made Diaz choke for a moment. That's not right. If he was from those families, it was impossible for him not to know me. Diaz looked at Sillin with a strange expression and then said with great interest, "You're so funny." "Sillin, where did this funny come from?" "Ahem, so we're considered to know each other." "Sillin, nice to meet you." Diaz extended his hand. Sillin looked at Diaz's extended hand and was stunned for a second. Then, he smiled and extended his hand. "I'm also very happy to meet you, Mr. Diaz." Both hands shook for a moment, but Sillin's heart was really shocked. After touching the other person, the chip in his body would feed back information, and through the feedback from the chip, Sillin knew that this Diaz's gene level was actually A. Sillin had also met some people here, but the highest among them was only B level. This person in front of him was actually a level. Sillin did not expect to meet someone of this level so soon. Hunter? Shaking hands was generally not a formal greeting, but hunters liked to shake hands and hug because during the process, there would be a competition. The collision of strength was an effective way for most hunters to communicate. To accept this greeting, one would not be able to accept it without a certain degree of courage. Perhaps overestimating one's strength would lead to serious injuries or even death. However, when Diaz saw that Sillin had accepted the greeting after a brief moment of surprise, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This guy's got some balls. Although Diaz himself didn't do anything petty during the handshake, the fact that he was able to return the handshake so calmly and fearlessly proved that this kid was quite interesting. Or should I say that his brain was damaged? Or should he say that he was a real person who did not show his true colors? Probably the latter, Diaz thought to himself. However, looking at Sillin's reaction, it seemed that he really did not know him. Which family did this guy come from? Sillin said that his name was Sillin, but he did not say anything about his surname. As for Diaz, it was not appropriate for him to ask. He was really curious. Just then, the flight announcement rang, and more than 80% of the people in the restaurant got up and went to the station. Diaz stubbornly followed Sillin into the station. There were a total of thousands of people on this flight, and Sillin did not sit in the first or third class cabin, but chose the middle class cabin. Unexpectedly, Diaz also chose the middle class cabin, and Diaz purposely swapped seats with someone and sat next to Sillin. Even in the passenger cabin, Diaz did not have any intention of taking off the sunglasses on his face. Sillin had a feeling that this flight would not be so smooth. Chapter 7. The seats were three connected. Diaz sat on the right of Sillin, and on the left of Sillin sat a boy about the same age as him. After the boy sat down, he twisted his buttocks for a long time. He seemed a little anxious. After seeing Sillin frowning slightly, he twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Bro, don't be nervous." The flight path of the passenger ship departing from Planet X, C-100, has been precisely calculated. Unlike the passenger ships of other planets, the safety factor is dozens of times higher. The probability of encountering magnetic field abnormalities is less than 0.1%, and the probability of encountering interstellar robbers is even smaller. Also, the flights of XC-100 are protected by special laws. Listening to the boy's self-comforting nagging, Sillin caught a glimpse of Diaz's slightly upturned mouth and felt that this guy's smile was a bit malicious. After the passenger ship entered warp speed, some of the conversations gradually stopped. The passengers needed to spend more energy to suppress the discomfort they felt in such a state. Celine, on the other hand, closed her eyes, placed the back of the chair flat, pulled the blanket over her, and began to sleep. Diaz looked at Sillin's reaction and only felt amused. This little guy slept soundly. It seemed that he was used to it. Both his physical and psychological quality were very good. Little did he know that this was actually the first time Sillin slept during warp flight. However, even in sleep, every hair on Sillin's body was aware of the surrounding situation, especially the murderous aura. As long as there was a little bit, Sillin would wake up from his sleep. However, not long after Sillin slept, a sudden shake woke Sillin up. Electromagnetic interference and obstacle force field affect the control of the steering wheel, and the pulse power operation is also abnormal. Such changes will not allow the operating system to last long. The passenger ship is getting out of warp state. Diaz calmly analyzed the current situation. It's probably external deliberate interference. If I'm right, we've encountered interstellar robbers. When the boy next to Sillin heard the words electromagnetic interference and barrier field, his face turned pale with fright. Diaz's last words, interstellar robbers, undoubtedly gave the boy an unbearable blow. Therefore, the poor boy fainted immediately. Diaz's voice was not loud, and only Sillin and the other two could hear him. However, the other passengers had their own guesses, and the one thing they all had in common was panic. There was another wave of violent shaking. After the magnetic sound of the electric current, a low and arrogant voice resounded throughout the entire passenger ship. "I'm sorry, dear passengers, but we are temporarily taking over this ship. If you don't want to die, then stay in your seats. The guns in our hands can't communicate. Oh, by the way, I don't like noise. If anyone yells too loudly, then they'll have to accompany the rubble floating in space. Interstellar robbers. For a moment, the cabin was filled with rapid and anxious breathing and whimpering. Sillin analyzed in his heart. Since this group of robbers dared to hijack the passenger ship of Planet X, C-100, they must have made careful plans. They evaded the patrolling security team and took down all the guards on the passenger ship in a short period of time, without causing a violent confrontation or explosion. This was enough to show that there was a 90% chance that they had already arranged accomplices on the ship. And due to the protection of the relevant special laws, those who wantonly killed passengers on a transit planet's passenger ship would be cruelly hunted down by the military. Judging from the tone of the robbers, at this stage, this group of robbers would not kill the people on the passenger ship for the time being. It was estimated that the guards were only temporarily incapacitated. However, everything was uncertain. After all, robbers were robbers. Who knew if they would shoot you because they were not pleasing to the eye? Glancing at Diaz, who was leisurely swinging his legs next to him, Sillin felt that this must have something to do with this guy. Sigh, he was caught in the crossfire. However, Sillin was more curious in his heart. What was this grade-A guy next to him trying to do? Not long after, more than a dozen robbers wearing hideous masks walked in with guns. They walked straight to Diaz and pointed their guns at Diaz. "Get up and come with us." Diaz was quite cooperative. He stretched out his arms and spread his fingers, indicating that he had no intention of resisting. Oh, by the way, Diaz, who had taken 2 steps, turned around and said to Sillin, "Hey, bro, help me keep an eye on my food. I haven't eaten much of that box of compressed burrito yet." Sillin's eyebrows twitched. "Fuck, do I know you that well? What does it have to do with me that you haven't finished your burrito? Besides, in this situation, who would be so bored as to snatch your half-eaten burrito with obvious teeth marks? You're obviously trying to drag me down with you." Sure enough, the leader of the robbers pointed a gun at Sillin and said, "Take him away too." Sillin had no doubt that Diaz's eyes behind the sunglasses were full of a sly smile. The other people in the cabin didn't even dare to breathe for fear that they would be targeted by the robbers. Sillin and Diaz were taken to the main control room under the watchful eyes of more than a dozen guns. The original captain and helmsman were left in a corner unconscious. As Sillin expected, these robbers didn't kill them, but he didn't know what would happen next. "Boss, I brought them." The man sitting in the captain's seat turned around and played with a gun in his hand. He was also wearing a mask, but he didn't look at Sillin. Instead, he stared straight at Diaz and asked, "Where's the thing?" They had already gone through all the luggage stored in the luggage compartment, but they didn't find what they were looking for. Diaz didn't pretend to be confused and said, "It's on me." The hand that was playing with the gun paused and said in a deep voice, "Take it out." Nearly 20 guns were pointed at Diaz. As long as this guy made the slightest movement, they would shoot. Diaz shrugged and said, "I'm telling you, I can give you the thing, but don't fire your guns. If I die, you won't get the thing." As he said that, Diaz shook his arm and a silver ring slid from his arm to his wrist. He didn't know where the ring was touched, but the thin ring turned into a 3-centimeter wide bracelet, a subspace product. Moreover, the quality was not just average. Just a single ring like this was worth a lot more than this passenger ship. The robbers were all knowledgeable people. Even though they were wearing masks, Sillin could tell that their eyes were glowing with greed. Diaz took out a big black box. Sillin had seen this box in the restaurant before. He really didn't expect that this box that Diaz was openly carrying around would be the robber's target. Sillin didn't doubt the value of the thing inside, but wasn't Diaz too ostentatious? On purpose, this guy definitely did on purpose. All of Sillin's muscles were ready. Diaz was full of evil tricks. He would never compromise so easily. After Diaz took out the box, he threw it to the man sitting in the captain's seat. Just as the man was about to catch the box, all the lights in the control room went out. Fuck, this guy really made a move. The moment before the lights went out, Sillin saw a spot on Diaz's bracelet flash. At the same time, it was accompanied by a strange interference wave. These interference waves were undetectable to most people, but the chip in Silen's body reacted. Therefore, Silen reacted immediately and hurriedly dodged. Sure enough, gunshots and lasers flew everywhere in the darkness. Diaz made a move. Silen didn't need to wear night vision lenses at all. His eyes changed spontaneously. The columnar cells on his retina grew, and his pupils expanded to 90% of the surface of his eyeball. The light emitted when a laser gun fired was enough for Silen to clearly see the situation in the control room. Moreover, with so many guns firing at the same time, it was like installing a searchlight for Silen. Diaz was worthy of being an A-rank genotype. His actions were crisp and precise, and he hit the target in one hit. He didn't even use a weapon. In a breath's time, he took down more than half of the robbers here. He didn't kill the robbers directly, but only incapacitated them. Silen didn't think that Diaz was soft-hearted. From a hunter's point of view, a robber alive was worth more than a dead one. One of the robbers took out a backup light source, but even with a light source, it was difficult for them to capture Diaz's figure. It was too fast. They didn't even have time to aim. Moreover, these robbers probably didn't think that the entire control room would be completely dark. They didn't even bring their infrared goggles or scanning electron goggles with them. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe these robbers as utterly defeated. The disparity between the strong and the weak was obvious. The last robber was very smart. He lifted an unconscious staff member in front of him and prepared to use him as a hostage. But before he could speak, his throat made a cracking sound, and he became the only dead person among the robbers in the control room. I hate it when people threaten me. Diaz's tone was calm and without the slightest hint of confusion. It was as if he was stating a common fact that everyone knew. After the matter was settled, all the light sources were turned back on, and the control room was once again bright. Silen's eyes also returned to normal. Without looking at Silen, who was standing on the side, Diaz fiddled with a few controls. A large screen unfolded, and the crisscrossing coordinate lines moved quickly. Then it locked onto a few fast-moving dots of light. They were the robbers who were originally patrolling other parts of the cabin and had fled after realizing that the situation wasn't good. After locking onto the targets, Diaz didn't hesitate to use the photon torpedo that was installed on the passenger ship. The corner of Silen's mouth twitched. Didn't he need to enter several passwords to use the photon torpedo on the passenger ship? Did this guy do it so quickly? The light from the explosions exploded like fireworks, and the fighter planes that the fleeing robbers were on were blown to pieces. Yeah, Diaz hummed a little tune and danced. After picking up the box that had fallen to the ground, he walked in front of Silen. The security team will be here in a minute. Hey, Silen, I don't want to criticize you, but when you hear about interstellar robbers, you should be panicking. When you see their guns, you should be terrified, not calm like you're having facial paralysis. Because the passengers' expressions and every move will be recorded by the surveillance cameras installed on the passenger ship. If you act like this, it's obvious that you're up to no good. The security team will take you back and interrogate you harshly. Diaz specifically emphasized the word harshly. Silen glanced at Diaz. So, didn't you deliberately sit next to me to drag me into this mess? Diaz chuckled and didn't deny it. For a robber incident, the passenger transport company and the security team will compensate the passengers. If you're willing to harm yourself, they'll give even more. Silen didn't comment. Chapter 8. Diaz took out a dark gold book and wrote something with a grin on his face. Then he happily tore off the top page and pasted it on the most conspicuous spot at the entrance. After pasting it, the palm-sized piece of paper expanded to the size of a black suitcase. On top of it was a dazzling number and a knife-shaped symbol. This thing that looked like a notice was a receipt. When Silen saw the symbol, his pupil shrank and his heart skipped a beat. Vanguard, the symbol of Vanguard, one of the 4 great hunter regiments in the League of Stars. The 4 great hunter regiments were different from hunters that acted alone or in small groups. Their goals were bigger, so big that it made people gasp in amazement. They were involved in the discovery of new habitable planets, the development of regions, and the trading of large amounts of mineral resources. Their goals could be a family, an organization, a city, or even a planet or an unknown region in the galaxy, and they had the ability to complete it. These were not things that ordinary hunters could handle. It was worth mentioning that the electronic magazine Brave, which had a contribution of more than 80 points, was only inferior to Glory and Code in the Star Alliance. In every issue, information about the 4 great hunter groups occupied 80% of the page. One could imagine the influence of the 4 great hunter groups. They were existences that even the government had to be wary of. The security team came in a hurry, but when the captain of the security team walked into the control room and saw the flashing notice, his face, which was already a little dark, suddenly turned as black as coal, and a layer of his face could be scraped off. When he looked up again, someone was sitting on the captain's chair with his legs crossed, nibbling on a fruit with a crisp sound. Reporting, Captain. There are a total of 24 robbers on the ship. 23 are unconscious, 1 is dead, and some of the passengers have minor injuries. No fatalities. Currently being comforted. Listening to his subordinate's report, the security team leader's face turned darker and darker. He wanted to rush over and strangle the robbers to death. Robbery? Fight my ass. They didn't even know the other party's background before taking action. Robbing an A-rank experienced hunter? Are they a bunch of idiots? Not only was it a robbery, but they were also toyed with by the other party like they were children. A living robber was worth more than a dead one. The price would at least double. How much money would the security team have to report? Most importantly, the people who caught the robbers were the ones that the security team wanted to avoid but couldn't. Speaking of which, why did this guy come to a poor place like Sector X? Logically speaking, Sector X was the most meaningless place to explore. The more the security team leader thought about it, the angrier he became. The blue veins on his forehead bulged, and he kicked several subordinates beside him out of the door. The vice captain, who had followed along, was a little dissatisfied. Even if he was lecturing his subordinates, he couldn't do it in front of outsiders. Wasn't this exposing his own family's shame? However, when he looked up and saw the dazzling notice, his expression changed instantly. He turned around and kicked the people behind him with a livid expression. It seemed that their security team was going to be scolded when they reported back. For example, do the security team guys eat shit? Have your brains aged? They can't even defend against such robbers. Why the fuck are those money-sucking vampires here? The moment he thought about it, the security team leader's facial muscles began to twitch uncontrollably. Vanguard Division 6 Vice Captain, Diaz. I've heard a lot about you. Because Sillin didn't come into contact with Vanguard's level of information, he only knew about the 4 great hunter regiments. He didn't know much about the B squadrons. No wonder Diaz's expression was so strange when he saw Sillin's calm reaction after reporting his name. However, Sillin was truly surprised. Wasn't Diaz a little too young to be the vice captain of Vanguard's B squadron? He didn't look more than 10 years older than Sillin. Seeing the security team captain walk over, Diaz was still sitting on the captain's seat with a golden saber. He wasn't surprised to hear the other party mention his name and origin, and said with a smile, "Yo, you've been recognized." The faces of the security team members turned a little green. Who in the security team didn't know about the knife-shaped symbol on that notice? They had a corresponding understanding of every fleet, and they had done their homework on the 6th Fleet's recent activities in the surrounding sectors. Several core members of the 6th Division had even been blacklisted, and they were basically guarding against them like thieves. They didn't expect to run into them in the end. According to the relevant laws and contracts, you have to pay me a certain amount of money. I pasted the bill over there, and I hope you can fulfill it as soon as possible. Of course. The security team captain almost squeezed out the 2 words through his teeth. Their hearts were bleeding. The higher-ups would definitely deduct their pay. Who asked the money-sucking vampires hunters to deal with the robbers and not the security team? It was at this moment all the signal receivers and displays in the control room started to lose control. "There's an external signal," a crew member shouted. Just as he finished speaking, a powerful rhythm of music started playing. 6 consecutive gun-like sounds appeared one after another in a certain rhythm, interspersed with music that sounded like a string of beads. The data and images displayed on all the electronic screens in the starship also jumped to the same rhythm. The noisy crowd in the cabin immediately quieted down, and a bewitching power that made everyone's heartbeat almost synchronized spread along with the music. The music carried a powerful force and gradually turned ancient and distant, like a sharp knife that pierced through every space. Audio interference, signal assimilation. This was the first time Scylla had experienced something like this. He had only heard about it on television or in magazines before, but it was still much more shocking to experience it in person. The prelude signal music of the Hunter Regiment was the same as the emblem of the Hunter Regiment. It was a symbol. There would be some differences between the B squadrons under the Hunter Regiment. For example, the 6 accents just now meant that it was someone from the 6th Division of Vanguard. A starship instantly appeared on the display screen, and above this starship, a huge knife-shaped cursor appeared. Next to the knife was the number 6. Vanguard Division 6. Oh, my people are here to pick me up. Sigh, I was going to take a passenger ship. Diaz's tone was regretful, but his expression was smug. The people of the security team wanted nothing more than to serve him with their guns. A face with an ostentatious smile suddenly appeared on the control room's display screen. Vice Captain, are you going to teleport, or do you want to come here yourself? The people of the security team were furious. They glared fiercely at the person in charge of operating the starship's control room. The person had an innocent look on his face. The speed at which the other party could remotely control the starship's display screen was completely unstoppable. Nonsense. Of course it's teleportation. All right, set it to 2 people. I'll bring a little guy over. Scylla had a bad feeling. Diaz roared at the screen and then turned to look at Scylla. Sigh, Scylla, come with your big brother to take a spin on the starship. White light enveloped the 2 of them, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the control room. The captain of the security team's face was gloomy. He said to the person at the control panel, "Get the information about the 2 of them on the starship. That all the information, videos, etc. about the 2 of them have been deleted." The operator was trembling with fear. Trash. The captain of the security team smashed the chair next to him with a punch. The group of people hung their heads and silently cursed. The other party was from Vanguard. How could they be easily dealt with? On the other side, after Scylla was teleported to the Vanguard 6th Division starship, he said to Diaz, "I still have luggage on the starship." Diaz didn't care. The items in the warehouse aren't important. They're dispensable to you. As he spoke, a voice called out from afar. "Vice Captain, you're finally back." The figure rushed over like the wind. Just when Scylla thought that the 2 of them were going to put on a show of a subordinate greeting a superior with glory, the person's next sentence was in an impolite tone. "Where's the stuff?" Diaz seemed to be used to this kind of situation. He directly threw the 5 boxes over. Among them was the big box that Scylla had seen before. The box was made of a special anti-radiation material. The things inside should be energy. After carrying the 5 boxes, the person turned around happily and was ready to leave. "Hey, Carrie, what's the hurry? Didn't you see that I brought a guest over?" Diaz grabbed Carrie's ear and said, but there was no hint of blame in his tone. Carrie bared his teeth, indicating that Diaz should be lenient on his ear. Scylla knew that Carrie was deliberately ignoring him. Before he was recognized, he wouldn't respect you. Carrie carried the 5 boxes in one hand and freed his other hand. He rubbed his ear and stretched it over. There was a formal smile on his face. There was no sincerity at all when he was facing Diaz. "Hello." A handshake. Chapter 9. Carrie would not be as courteous as Diaz. Diaz, on the other hand, stood at the side and watched the show with a smile. Scylla smiled and extended his hand. "Hello." Neither of them introduced themselves. Then, an undercurrent surged. As soon as their hands met, Carrie began to exert force. 30% strength, 40% strength, all the way to 80% strength. Carrie wondered if the hand he was holding was made of special alloy. It was so fucking hard. He did not let the others suffer, but his own hand was hurting from the grip. What shocked Carrie the most was that the other did not use any strength and allowed him to exert force. Sillin was secretly shocked. Another A-rank genotype. Since when did A-rank genotypes become like cabbages? The Big 400 regiments were indeed the Big Four. Carrie was conflicted. Fuck, I don't believe it. Carrie threw the 5 boxes in his hands to the side and joined the fight with both hands. This shameless bastard. In the starship's main control room, a group of people were watching the scene on the screen and criticizing Carrie. Carrie's shamelessness had long been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. From the moment Sillin was transported into this starship, someone had begun to analyze him. The result of the calculation was that this youth brought by Diaz had a 90% chance of being a B-rank genotype. Bullying the weak, using a high-rank genotype to bully a low-rank genotype, and using 2 hands if 1 hand was not enough. Diaz coughed awkwardly at Carrie's shameless behavior, but at the same time, he was quite shocked at Sillin's ability. To be able to force out Carrie's shamelessness was not something an ordinary person could do. When Carrie exerted his strength, Sillin solidified his entire arm. Even if Carrie was an A-rank genotype, he couldn't do anything to him. There wouldn't be too much of a change, even if he used both of his arms at the same time. However, Sillin didn't go overboard with his arrogance. It was enough to let these people know that he wasn't as easy to bully as a clay figurine. You're too enthusiastic. Sillin smiled and extended his other hand. Hands to hands. Carrie's face was a little distorted. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'm not coming anymore. I'm not coming. Carrie withdrew his hand and looked at his reddened palm. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Vice Captain, what's the background of this little brother you brought? Isn't this too abnormal? The fact that Carrie was able to change the way he addressed him to little brother meant that he had recognized Sillin's ability. You suffered a loss, didn't you? Diaz kicked Carrie aside and pointed at the 5 boxes on the ground. Hurry up and get to work. Yes. Carrie picked up the box and walked a few steps before turning around to ask Sillin, My name is Carrie, an A-rank combatant of the 6th team. Who are you, young man? My name is Sillin, a free man. Carrie's mouth had turned into an O shape. He winked at Diaz. Vice Captain, a free man. Hurry up and make this guy stay. Hurry up and scram. Diaz scolded with a smile. I'm scramming, hee. In an instant, Carrie disappeared without a trace. There were 2 reasons why Diaz had brought Sillin over. First, he wanted to find out more about this kid's background. He felt that this kid was somewhat familiar, but he really couldn't recall where. Second, which was also the most important reason, was to recruit this kid if he hadn't joined any organization. Currently, the 6th team was in need of manpower. Diaz believed in Sillin's character, and even more so, he believed in his own judgment. In order to allow Sillin to grasp the current situation faster, Diaz told Sillin the whole story. The 6th team had a trade to discuss at the neutral zone between Sector X and Sector R. Diaz was bored, and he learned that there was an underground trade of rare power ores on a certain planet in Sector X. That was why he ran over and stole it while the parties were in the middle of a fight. At the same time, he released fake news on another planet saying that he had obtained a huge gemstone worth several $100 million to attract the robbers. That was how the series of events happened. This way, Diaz was able to obtain money from the government and the passenger transport company of Planet X, C-100, because he assisted in fighting the robbers. Although Diaz's explanation was simple, Scylla knew that there were many details that were difficult to grasp. This also proved Diaz's strength and ability to control the situation. He truly deserved to be the vice captain of the 6th Division. Diaz led Sillin along the passageway while explaining the situation on the ship to him. That's the warehouse, the place to store our backups. Turn right up ahead is... Hey, Miantuan, why are you sleeping here? Diaz shouted at a certain spot on the wall of the passageway. At first glance, it really didn't look like there was anything there. However, if one were to look closely enough, or if their senses were sensitive enough, they would discover that there was actually a life form there. However, it seemed to have blended into its surroundings, and it was impossible to tell from its color. Diaz walked over and pulled the thing down. It was about 30 centimeters long, and when it was separated from the wall, the color on its body receded, and its body immediately turned transparent. However, its two small eyes were more obvious. They looked around, and when it saw Diaz, it smacked its lips as if greeting him. A chameleon? Sillin looked curiously at the little fellow in Diaz's hand. Don't try to act innocent. What bad things did you do? Why did Yudi throw you out again? Diaz flicked the head of the chameleon called Miantuan. The Miantuan curled its tail and wagged it, pretending to be pitiful. Diaz snorted. He really did knead the little chameleon into a ball, like he was kneading the Miantuan. Bam! He threw it to the other side of the passageway and stuck it to the wall. The little chameleon quickly adjusted its color to its surroundings, and it seemed to be one with its surroundings. That fellow is called Miantuan, a mutated chameleon. Yudi picked it up during a mission 5 years ago. This little fellow has done a lot of bad things. Diaz didn't explain much about the team member called Yudi. Diaz brought Sillin to the main control room and introduced the other team members to Sillin. After allowing Sillin to communicate with the other team members, Diaz called Beaver over. Beaver, come with me. Yes, Deputy Captain. Sillin had seen the team member called Beaver before. He was the person who appeared on the starship screen. What surprised Sillin was that the people on the starship were all very young. Many of them were about the same age as Diaz, and some were even younger. However, they weren't as young as Sillin. With Carrie as an example, the people on the starship treated Sillin quite well. Although they weren't sincere, they weren't cold or distant either. After Diaz called Beaver out, he went to Beaver's workshop. He turned the silver ring on his hand, and a port popped out to connect to an instrument. Analyze this video. The video on the screen was taken when Diaz was fighting with the robbers in the control room of the starship. With infrared processing, the darkness at that time wasn't a big deal. However, as Diaz fought with the robbers, the video was a little dazzling. Beaver did not say much. His 10 fingers flew as he operated the program on the instrument. The footage on the screen began to be cut off and reassembled in 3 dimensions. After a series of adjustments, such as bitrate and other tasks, it soon became a clear and smooth video that did not dazzle the eyes. Analyze that kid Sillin. At this moment, Diaz wasn't as casual and frivolous as he usually was. He was even a little serious. Beaver adjusted the image on the screen and showed Sillin's every move in slow motion. The more Beaver watched, the more shocked he became. Deputy Captain, are you sure that guy is a human and not some other race that looks like a human? In the video, Sillin seemed to be able to predict the robber's next move every time, and he easily dodged the muzzle of the gun. It should be known that all the light sources in the control room were cut off. I'm sure he didn't wear any supplementary lenses, and he's definitely a human, Diaz said in a low voice while staring at the screen. Beaver's brows were almost knitted into knots. Deputy Captain, there's one more thing. When you guys were teleporting over, I ran a genetic level analysis on Sillin. Logically, if it's just a B-rank genotype, the reliability of the results calculated by the multi-factor analysis should be above 95%. However, the result of the calculation is only 90%. What's the reason for the missing 5% uncertainty? After a pause, Beaver probed, how about we take that kid's genes? Bodily fluids, hair, or even fingerprints? No need. We should give our future companions the respect they deserve. All right, but that kid is really amazing. Of course. Don't you know what kind of eyes your deputy captain has? All right, Beaver, don't you think Sillin looks familiar? Diaz began to struggle with this question again. Beaver thought for a moment, but he really couldn't remember where he had seen him before. The galaxy is so big, and there are so many people who look alike. Do we need to enter the computer database and compare them? Forget it, not for now. Entering the database required the B Squadron Captain's unlock code. It was too troublesome. Diaz sighed and gave up on the thought. All right, Deputy Captain, the captain has been urging us to meet up with them as soon as possible. The deal doesn't seem to be going well. Got it. Get ready to go. Diaz waved his hand and walked out the door. Chapter 10. Sillin didn't give an immediate reply to Diaz's invitation to join the team, But Diaz wasn't in a hurry either. Both parties needed a period of time to get to know each other, and it would be beneficial for them to get used to each other in the future. Carrie pestered Sillin every day about the benefits of joining the team. Carrie was not stingy with his enthusiasm towards capable people. Moreover, Carrie was a battle maniac, so he often dragged Sillin to the training room to spar. Since it was a spar, neither party would use the methods they used to kill. Even so, Carrie was still having a good time. Sillin's fist technique was something he had never seen before. It was flexible and had a strange aura to it. Hard and soft, harmonious and murderous, it all depended on Sillin's thoughts. Even though Sillin was a rank B genotype, Carrie would not purposely give in, because Sillin had the ability to fight against an rank A genotype. Sillin also gained a lot from sparring with Carrie. Coming into contact with different battle styles was very beneficial to one's own improvement. During sparring, Carrie gave Sillin a lot of battle experience and examples. After all, Carrie's hunter experience was much more than Sillin's. In a fleet that was traveling between sectors, the combatants must know how to fight. Even if they were not good at piloting, they must learn the most basic controls. The cost of a good fighter was too high, so Diaz would not let Carrie fly it out for fun. Since they could not fly a fighter, Carrie dragged Sillin to the fighter combat platform on the computer. Although it was not as satisfying as a real fighter, the simulation was not bad, and they could fight a few rounds. At first, Sillin was not familiar with it. He had played hoverboards and flying cars on planet Brown Earth, but he had never come into contact with a fighter. At first, Carrie won a few rounds, but in less than 5 rounds, Carrie began to lose. Moreover, he lost faster and more miserably. Every time this happened, Carrie would request for a different type of mech, and then they would start again. The cycle of winning and losing continued. In the end, even with a different type of fighter, Carrie was still utterly defeated. That guy is not human. After a defeat, Carrie logged out of the online battle platform and shouted while grabbing his messy hair. "Do you need me to comfort you?" A voice rang out. It sounded like someone had just woken up. Sillin looked over and saw a tall and thin young man about the same age as Carrie. He was wearing pajamas with a strawberry pattern on them and snow-white fluffy slippers. He was looking at them curiously. Was he still a child? It was hard to imagine that there would be people dressed like this on the ship. When Carrie heard this voice, he looked like he was constipated. He remained silent, but the twitching of his facial muscles made it clear that he was feeling depressed at the moment, because the owner of the voice definitely wouldn't say anything good in this situation. Did this guy recover from his sleep so quickly? Why did he come here for no reason? "Hey, Yudi, you're awake?" Beaver walked in from outside and said to Yudi, who was standing at the door. He turned to look at Sillin and laughed gloatingly at Carrie's misfortune. "Sillin, you won again? You're improving quite fast. The lieutenant is looking for you. He wants you to go to the control room." Sillin nodded at Yudi and left with Beaver, leaving Yudi and Carrie staring at each other. "So he's the Sillin the lieutenant mentioned." Yudi looked at Carrie. Based on his reflexes and body coordination, as well as his control of the fighter, combined with some information I've heard before, I came to a conclusion. Carrie covered his ears. I'm not listening. He went easy on me in the match just now." Carrie had an urge to strangle this bastard Yudi. Was this comfort? Yudi scratched his head, yawned, and walked out of the door. Before he left, he did not forget to say something that almost made Carrie vomit blood. "You're so lousy. Yudi, I'll fight you." Banging sounds came from the combat room. The Miantuan stopped in his tracks to the combat room, turned around, and ran. There were 2 dangerous people there. When these 2 fought, it was easy to get caught in the crossfire. Recently, Sillin's sleeping time had gradually increased. Other than being dragged to the combat platform by Carrie for a few rounds, he spent the rest of his time eating and sleeping. Originally, Diaz and the others thought that it was normal to rest because mental work was very energy-consuming. Just like Yudi, he would sleep for a while after doing a lot of calculations. However, this explanation was quickly rejected. It was because Sillin was just too much of a sleeper. Even if he wasn't fighting Carrie, he would still take a good nap. Moreover, the amount of time he slept was growing longer and longer. The amount of brain energy he used was completely disproportionate to the amount of time he slept. Diaz had the ship's doctor examine Scylla, and the results showed that Scylla was very healthy. As for Scylla's sleeping time, he could not explain it. Scylla also said that it was because of his own constitution. Diaz was so worried about Scylla's sleeping phenomenon that he had dark circles under his eyes. At first, he wanted to recommend Scylla to join the fleet when he met up with the other members of the Sixth Squad, but the other lieutenant commanders already had some opinions about Diaz. If it wasn't because the Sixth Squad's commander, Xianxia, was Diaz's older brother, it would be difficult for Diaz to keep his position as a lieutenant commander. If Scylla's habit of sleeping was added to the mix, it might not be easy for them to accept Scylla as a main force member. The competition between the 10B squadrons of Vanguard was growing fiercer and fiercer. In order to surpass the other 300 regiments, the A Squadron had begun to take a series of measures. Xianxia did not explain the specifics, but Diaz knew that the 6th Squad urgently needed to develop faster and achieve results. Right now, they were in desperate need of talent, and that was why Diaz was so eager to keep Scylla. Scylla, you're a hunter too, aren't you? Although it was a question, Diaz said it with certainty. Scylla knew that Diaz must have investigated him. But as long as Xianxia and that strange chip were not exposed, Scylla did not care. Moreover, Scylla believed that they would only find out about Scylla's fake ID and memory card. As for what happened before, it would be mostly speculation. No one would think that Scylla could adjust his appearance from his origin genes. Yes, but I'm just a shadow hunter, passing my days on a small planet. Compared to a hunter regiment, wandering hunters were not worth mentioning, but Scylla did not feel inferior or run away from his past. Diaz sighed. I don't care what you were like in the past. As long as you have a good character and strength, I welcome you. You should be familiar with our style after being on the ship for so many days. Compared to the other 300 regiments, we, Vanguard, have much more freedom. This is also why our commander named our starship Freedom Ship. Seeing that Scylla was silent, Diaz continued. The universe is vast, and this endless space is every hunter's dream. However, this dream required a certain amount of foundation, or it would not be able to bear the burden. Wandering hunters had no way of touching this boundless space at all. Only by joining a hunter regiment would they be able to go further and walk higher. After all, a person's ability was limited. Scylla knew what Diaz did not finish. Moreover, joining a hunter regiment would be good for finding the Jin family that Xianxia had mentioned. After spending so much time together, Scylla was quite satisfied with the atmosphere of the 6th team. Exploring this seemingly reachable yet unfathomable space was something he really wanted to look forward to. What I need to do? Scylla looked at Diaz. This sentence had already expressed Scylla's decision, and it made Diaz feel much better. As long as Scylla made up his mind to join the team, Diaz would do his best to deal with those troublesome deputy captains. I'm relieved to hear that. You don't have to worry too much. I'm here. After all, I'm the deputy captain. Diaz did not care about Scylla's sleeping constitution anymore, and focused on thinking about how to deal with the situation after meeting up with the other members of the 6th team. Chapter 11. Seeing that Diaz had finished his conversation with Scylla, Yudi rang the bell and came in. Captain, lend me Scylla. Diaz waved his hand. Go. Get along well with your teammates. After the two left, they were nowhere to be seen, even when it was time to meet up with the main team. Where's Scylla? Diaz asked. I haven't seen him. He's still with Yudi, I guess. Carrie was a little short of breath. He had tried several times to rally his morale and wanted to find Scylla to fight again in the combat room. However, he heard that Scylla had been called over by that bastard Yudi to research a formula. Carrie knew better than to disturb him. Yesterday, when I was delivering food to them, I heard them discussing whether a certain formula was square or square root. Today, when I delivered food to them, they were discussing weighted multidimensional matrices. All in all, they haven't slept during this period. I'm afraid that the formula Yudi was researching is about to come out. Beaver spread his hands helplessly. It's rare that Yudi found someone of his own kind. The group fell silent. Two weirdos. Of course, such talents were also what the 6th team urgently needed. If Yudi's formula was successful, The program he wrote next would be a breakthrough for the sixth team. The efficiency and success rate of the automatic Sentinel on the starship would be greatly increased. However, what troubled Diaz was that it was so mentally exhausting. Didn't that mean that the two of them would need to sleep for a period of time? Unlike the starship Cylon was riding on right now, the Six Squad's main starship was much bigger, and there were more than a dozen similar starships surrounding the main starship. After docking with the main starship, Diaz went to see his brother, the captain of the 6th Division, Xianxia. Today, Diaz surprisingly did not wear his flashy sunglasses. Instead, he looked much more mature. After receiving the call for a meeting, Diaz walked into the meeting room. Diaz sat down on the seat that belonged to him and looked affectionately at the famous cold beauty Xianxia, who was also sitting in the same seat. However, she still ignored Diaz's passionate gaze. The other 4 vice captains were already used to it. A few days ago, Xianxia and the other 5 lieutenant commanders, excluding Diaz, had gone to negotiate a deal with Aflon of the Duance family, a great galactic family. However, the outcome was not as good as they had imagined, and the stalemate had not turned for the better even now. It was indeed difficult to fish out more benefits from Aflon's hands. Moreover, the B squadrons of the Navigator Hunter Corps, one of the 4 great hunter regiments, had a batch of goods that was not inferior to the 6 squads. The reason why the 6th team had spent so much manpower and resources to obtain that batch of power ores was to obtain more benefits. The 6th team would not be satisfied if they could not sell it for a good price. The previous 2 face-to-face negotiations were not successful. Judging from Aflon's attitude, it seemed that he was going to make a deal with the Navigator. Xianxia and the other vice captains had been very depressed for a few days in a row. It could be seen from the low pressure around them. Today was the last negotiation, and Aflon's intentions could be seen from the fact that he had adopted a video negotiation mode instead of face-to-face one. The 6th team situation was not optimistic. If they could not make it this time, then the 6th team would have to find the next buyer. However, this batch of goods was not something that just anyone could buy. Even if they could, with Aflon's precedent, the buyer would not be able to offer a high price in the end. Diaz, Xianxia, who was sitting at the head of the table, passed over a tablet. You weren't present during the last 2 negotiations. This is the basic situation of the last 2 negotiations. Take a look. Emin. Diaz straightened his expression and took the tablet. He frowned as he read on. Diaz knew very well that the 6th team had almost lost a vice captain, and many of their space planes and probe equipment had been scrapped in order to obtain that batch of goods. They had also raised the price of this batch of goods to a higher level, but Aflon had lowered the price a little too much, hadn't he? The more he read, the more irritated Diaz became. He picked up the cup of water in front of him and poured it into his mouth fiercely. Suddenly, an image flashed across the tablet. Uffed. Diaz sprayed a mouthful of water on the person in front of him. The conference table was also covered in water stains. Xianxia was glad that he was not sitting opposite Diaz. Meanwhile, the person in front of Diaz who had been sprayed all over had a face that was already dark and gloomy to begin with. This was because everyone had been thinking about the transaction this time, and their minds were completely focused on it. Who would have thought that Diaz would suddenly do something like this? Moreover, he was so close that the vice captain in front of him could not react in time, and was hit directly. Under Xianxia and the vice captain's condemning gazes, Diaz hurriedly explained. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Sorry, I was too excited and couldn't hold it in for a moment. Diaz rewound the image on the tablet and pointed at the person who had appeared on it, asking, Is this really Aflon Duance? The last time Diaz saw Aflon was 10 years ago. At that time, he was just an ordinary member of the 6th team, and Xianxia was just a vice captain. Right now, Diaz could only sigh emotionally. No wonder. Seeing Xianxia's dissatisfied gaze, Diaz hurriedly took out another tablet that he carried with him and handed it over. Take a look at this guy. Holding the 2 tablets, Xianxia was also a little stunned for a moment. Alike, they really are alike. The vice captains also moved closer to take a look, and their expressions became odd after they saw it. Alike, right? Diaz wiped the water from the corner of his mouth. I felt that the kid looked familiar the first time I saw him, but I just couldn't remember who he was until now. This guy is the new member I'm going to recommend, Sillen. If it wasn't for the fact that Aflon's information showed no children, I really would have thought that these two are father and son. Right now, Schotten was no longer pursuing Diaz's behavior just now. His fingers were tapping the table rhythmically, his thoughts unknown. Looking at the time, there was still 10 minutes before the video conference would begin. Diaz, call Sillen over. Remember, try not to let the people on the ship see his face. All right. Diaz did not ask any questions and swiftly left the conference room. Not long after, he brought over Sillen, whose eyes were half closed and looked like he was still half asleep. Seeing these people in the conference room, Sillen cleared his sleepiness. He could feel that these people were not simple. Sit. No need to be too reserved. Schotten pointed at a chair at the side and smiled kindly. Sillen looked suspiciously at the 7 people before sitting down. I'm not being reserved, but your gazes are a little creepy, Sillen, right? Diaz has already told me about your situation, and we've also discussed it. We welcome you to the 6th Division of the Vanguard Hunters. I'll send you your identity card later. Diaz lowered his head and drank some water. When did you guys discuss this? The other vice captains did not object to Schotten's words. Although they had opinions about Diaz, Sillen's situation was special. It was rare for the vice captains to unanimously approve of Sillen's status as a member, and a member of the main force no less. Sillen looked suspiciously at Diaz, whose head was lowered. Didn't they say that it would be difficult to get a member of the main force? Didn't they say that the vice captains would make things difficult for him? Then what was the situation now? Chapter 12. Schotten did not say much, and passed over Aflon's image displayed on the tablet. Sillen was stunned on the spot after seeing it. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew very well that his current appearance was formed from altered gene expression, Sillen would have suspected that the person on the screen was his own father. Coincidence? What a coincidence! After briefly explaining the situation of Aflon and the deal to Sillen, Schotten pointed at a chair at the corner of the meeting room. Sillen, you'll sit here during the discussion later. All right. Sillen had guessed a few things. The fact that he was allowed to join the 6th team and become a main force so easily meant that he was pretty useful. At the very least, his face was very important to the 6th team. The video conference began a while later. On the screen, the 37-year-old Aflon wore an amiable smile on his face, but his every move revealed a kind of charisma that was not out of place. Originally, he was prepared to end the battle quickly and reject the 6th team's deal and choose the navigator's side. But when he saw Sillen sitting at the corner, he did not say his original words. Aflon and Schotten were both smart people. They could roughly understand each other's thoughts with just a glance. In that instant, Aflon thought of many things. After a short pause, Aflon laughed softly. Let me think about the deal some more. But I think we should have a good talk. Don't you think so, Captain Schotten? Of course. My pleasure. Waving his hand to signal the others to leave, Schotten was the only one left in the meeting room. After being dragged out of the meeting room by Diaz, Sillen lay down on a chair in the lounge and closed his eyes, suppressing the surprise in his heart. He had guessed a few possible scenarios that could happen next, but no matter which one it was, Sillen was looking forward to it very much. This was his first mission after leaving Planet Brown Earth. Right now, Schotten was in a very good mood. Very good. Strength was not the only reason he could become the 6th Division's captain. Schotten saw things further than anyone else. The reason he let Aflon see Sillen was to confirm his guess. 2 hours later, Schotten called Sillen over for a secret talk. Pretend to be his son. Sillen looked at the mission plan that Schotten had sorted out. Yes. Although Aflon didn't explain the reason, I'm guessing that this will play a very important role in Aflon's fight for the position of successor of the Duance family. What do you think? Tell me what you think. Sillen swiftly skimmed through Aflon's mind and said, although the outside world says that Aflon doesn't have any children, I think he does. However, for the sake of his descendants' safety, he would not allow his descendants to be exposed before he obtained the position of successor. That would be too dangerous. His goal was to make me cover for his true descendant and attract the firepower of certain people with ulterior motives. This way, Aflon would be able to free up more energy to fight for the position of successor. Of course, this is just my guess. Very good. To be able to think of this from these one-sided materials, you are very good. However, this is only a part of the mission that Aflon proposed. There is another part that he can only confirm after he meets you. What I want to ask now is, Sillin, do you want to accept this mission? Why wouldn't I? This mission has a certain degree of danger. The members of the Freedom Ship have their own right to choose. We are not an army. We do not need to obey our superiors' orders unconditionally. You can refuse. Why should I refuse? Sillin looked at the amount of money on the plan and was very satisfied. Normally speaking, the danger of a mission was directly proportional to the amount of money earned. Xianxia looked Sillin up and down. I didn't realize that you were quite a money grubber. This is the nature of hunters, isn't it? Hunters were not adventurers. Hunters were the kind of people who ran on the edge of life and death for the sake of money and profit. You're right. This is what a hunter is. Xianxia chuckled. You and I will meet Aflon in 2 days. As for the price, we can still fight for more. Let's use these 2 days to prepare. There are some things that Xianxia did not say, but Sillin knew that if Sillin accepted this mission regardless of the danger of this mission, then the deal that the 6th team and Aflon had discussed would most likely be completed. Moreover, through this matter, Sillin would even receive the recognition of the few vice-captains of the 6th team. This would be very beneficial to Sillin's future development in the 6th team. The competition between the 4 great hunter regiments was growing more and more intense. Although there were no large-scale frontal conflicts, there were surging undercurrents. Therefore, the A Squadron of Vanguard had already begun to take measures, and the results of every B Squadron had an important impact on the members of the B Squadron. If they could use Aflon to influence the communication between the 6th team and the Duance family, then it would undoubtedly be a great boost to the development of the 6th team. The importance of the great families of the galaxy to hunter regiments could not be ignored. The main reason these families were able to stand tall in the dust of history was because of their channels and network of relationships. The relationship between the military and hunter regiments was very subtle. Although they were not absolute opposites, their relationship was not harmonious. If it was possible, the military would never allow the existence of hunter regiments, but reality was much more complicated. Therefore, even if they could not suppress them openly, there were many times when the military would obstruct the missions and development of hunter regiments in the dark. There were not many people in the galaxy who dared to provoke the main fleet of the 4 great hunter regiments, but the B squadrons were different. The military, the political organizations of the various sectors, and those small hunter regiments would scratch the B squadrons if they had the chance, because the existence of the B squadrons was to steal their money and reputation. Of course, the development of the B squadrons would be much easier with the mediation of the great families of the galaxy. Therefore, there was no way the 6th Squad would be willing to give up the opportunity that was Aflon after much difficulty. Moreover, they were competing against another hunter regiment's B Squadron, so they had to fight for it with all their might. Furthermore, if Aflon could successfully ascend to the position with Sillin's help, then the benefits that the 6th Squad would enjoy in the future would be limitless. This was something everyone was well aware of. Therefore, the few important personages of the 6th Squad who were in the know could be said to have high hopes for Sillin. As for Xianxia telling Sillin to get ready, he was telling Sillin to use these 2 days of free time to learn the information he needed for his mission. In terms of experience, Sillin was definitely no match for those veteran hunters. Moreover, due to his background, Sillin's understanding of the latest information was very one-sided. For a hunter who ran through the stars, this was a very huge disadvantage. Because of this, Xianxia had purposely chosen some information for Sillin to read. After arranging a single room for Sillin, Xianxia convened another meeting with the 6 lieutenant commanders to deal with Sillin's confidential work. However, when Xianxia had finished the meeting and brought Sillin some food, he discovered that the person who should have seized the time to learn the relevant information was snoring away with his head tilted to one side. He was sound asleep. The electronic notebook that recorded the information had been tossed to the side. The screens of the few computers around him were flashing rapidly, and it was impossible to see what they were playing. Beside him, Dias opened his mouth, but he swallowed the words he was about to say in the end. He carefully glanced at Schotten beside him, whose expression had changed, and screamed in his heart, "Sillen, you better work hard. How can you fall asleep at such a critical moment?" Taking a deep breath, Schotten put down the plate of food in his hand, turned around, and walked out. Dias followed behind Schotten with a bitter face. For the next 2 days, Sillen slept so much that he didn't even eat anything. During this period of time, everyone in the 6th Squad realized that the atmosphere was freezing them to death. From the squad leader Schotten to the 6 lieutenant commanders, every single one of them was surrounded by an aura that said, "Danger, do not approach." If it were not for Schotten, the lieutenant commanders would have probably knocked Sillen awake and forced him to read the information. A hunter who did not know the information was not a good hunter. Say, how can that kid sleep so peacefully? Schotten lay on the chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Sitting opposite him, Dias scratched the curly hair on his head. Ahem, how should I put it? Although this kid's performance makes me want to beat him up, but, Dias pondered over the words, I always feel that the kid is fearless. Chapter 13. Schotten raised an eyebrow and looked at Dias. Fearless? Why? A young hunter who was born in the 13 backward sectors. A rank B genotype who had left his planet for the first time. What gave him such confidence? And what did he rely on? However, Schotten believed in Dias. In terms of leadership ability, Dias wasn't outstanding compared to the other lieutenant commanders. But in terms of ability to pick people, no one in the entire 6th Division could surpass Dias. Even the lieutenant commanders who disliked Dias had to admit that although Dias looked frivolous normally, he had an extraordinary intuition. Important talents such as Beaver, Carey, and Yudi were all discovered by Dias. From ordinary people who were almost drowned in a sea of people to slowly displaying dazzling talent. The people Dias had picked out proved that Dias's intuition was correct. If it wasn't for the large-scale mutiny of a few hunter regiments a few years ago, Dias wouldn't have been forced to investigate Sillen's identity so much this time. That kid isn't a simple person. He won't play dumb. I hope it's as you say. Schotten sighed. He was also under a lot of pressure. After all, this matter was very important to the 6th team. The other 5 lieutenant commanders had already expressed their dissatisfaction. If Sillen couldn't give a good performance when the time came, then Dias might be dragged into it. After all, Dias had guaranteed that Sillen would become a main force member and accept missions. Otherwise, the lieutenant commanders wouldn't have agreed so easily just because Sillen looked like a flawn. On the day of the appointment, Sillen woke up on time like an alarm. Schotten didn't have the time to ask him too many questions, and after receiving Sillen's "I feel alright" reply, he took the few people on a spaceship and headed towards a planet and sector that Aflon had designated. Although they were both part of the 13 backward sectors, Sector R's development was slightly better than Sector X. After the spaceship landed at the port, Schotten only brought Sillen with him while the others waited on the spaceship. Many businessmen liked to use the 13 backward sectors as a raw material processing site for their products because they could obtain a large amount of cheap labor there. Walking on the streets, Sillen saw the familiar scenes that were commonly seen on planet Brown Earth. Different species of creatures rushed back and forth. At the counter of a shop, a 2-headed dollar was eagerly introducing the items in the shop to the customers. They could handle 2 customers at the same time. They were cute and cheap. It was important to note that some terms with the word human referred to primates that were similar to ordinary humans and had a high degree of evolution. Of course, some species were not worse than ordinary humans, but they were rare due to their small numbers. Schotten brought Sillen into a hotel with more than 100 floors. After reporting the floor they had booked, the waiter respectfully led the 2 of them up. This was because the floors above 100 floors were not things that ordinary people could book in advance. Moreover, Aflon had booked 5 floors in one go, so his wealth alone was enough to show that his identity was extraordinary. Aflon's men brought the 2 of them to the middle floor of the 5 floors. The 2 floors above and below were all guarded by Aflon's subordinates. From this, one could see Aflon's cautious attitude towards this matter. Sillin had come here wearing a mask and makeup to disguise himself. After Aflon and Schotten gave him a signal, Sillin took off the mask on his face. Aflon observed him carefully for a moment and examined him with a device before nodding in satisfaction. "You must believe us, Mr. Aflon. We would never lie to our customers for profit. Everyone knows Vanguard's reputation." Schotten leaned back in his chair and said. Aflon did not comment, but his genes are only rank B. As far as I know, there are a lot of rank B descendants in the Duance family. Schotten knew that there were a lot of rank B descendants in some large families, forces, and even military politicians. It was just that they could improve and evolve to rank A later on. The manpower, material, and financial resources required for this process was not something that an ordinary person could afford. Aflon frowned. "Rank B is too risky. I don't like extra trouble." Schotten looked at Sillin, his eyes asking for Sillin's opinion. Sillin was not annoyed either. He asked politely with a smile, "Mr. Aflon, may I ask if the 2 bodyguard behind you are rank A genotypes?" "That's right." Sillin's figure moved as soon as Aflon's voice fell. Even his afterimage was blurry. Bang! One of the bodyguards behind Aflon was sent flying and smashed straight into the wall. Even the entire special wall caved inwards in an arc. The other bodyguard held a gun in his hand, and the muzzle was pressed against Sillin's head. As expected of a rank A, one had to admit that this bodyguard's movements were very fast. If it wasn't for the fact that Sillin was still useful in this transaction, he would have opened fire without hesitation. However, sweat was dripping down the forehead of this gun-wielding bodyguard, and his shrunken pupils revealed his current mood. The people who were about to charge in after hearing the noise were waved away by Aflon's butler. This old butler, who was usually unflinching even in the face of a collapsing mountain, could not be said to be not shocked. While Aflon was sighing that Vanguard was indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, Schotten, the 6th team's captain, was even more panic-stricken. Only the heavens knew how much effort Schotten had spent to maintain his composure on the surface. Holy shit, what kind of monster is this kid? Both sides appear to be tied in this round, but it was not. Aflon, the old butler, and Schotten could all see it clearly. For this bodyguard who was pointing a gun at Sillin, he would have fired first if he could, and not check if there were any changes to the gun. It was exactly because of this that he managed to keep his life. A person who could stay by Aflon's side as a bodyguard must have some skill. It was only after that moment had passed that he noticed that the gun in his hand had changed. A thin black needle was quietly inserted into the muzzle where the high-pressure pump and the firing groove of that gun were located. If he had fired just now, then the laser gun would have most likely shot at the bodyguard himself instead of Sillin due to the feedback effect caused by this needle. It was extremely rare for a high-energy firing gun to have such a small model. It looked no different from a gun with metal bullets, but it was a solid laser gun. But it was exactly because of this that Sillin had such an opportunity. Schotten rubbed his chin. Aflon had equipped his bodyguards with a new type of gun. If one didn't have a certain level of understanding towards this gun model, and if one's own body strength and reflexes had reached a certain level, it would have been absolutely impossible. 2 days ago, Schotten had only briefly mentioned this gun model in the electronic notebook he had given to Sillin, but did not go into detail. When he recalled that there were still a few flashing computer screens in the room at that time, Schotten had the urge to facepalm. "Diaz, where did you find this freak?" It was true that Sillin had looked up this gun model on the computer to gain a deeper understanding of it after he had seen it. The entire process of gathering information about the gun model took no more than 2 minutes. All he had to do after that was to digest the information in sleep. The reason why Sillin had been sleeping for a longer period of time recently was because he had entered that special state. In that state, Sillin's mental focus and comprehension ability would reach a peak, allowing him to digest the information he had gathered in the shortest amount of time possible. It was just that the state was no different from sleeping in the eyes of an outsider. Sillin ignored the bodyguard and walked next to Schotten. He looked at Aflon and seemed to be asking Aflon what he thought. The smile on Aflon's face widened a little. Very good. The bodyguard who had been holding the gun withdrew it and stood behind Aflon once more. Meanwhile, the other bodyguard who had been slammed into the wall pulled himself out and stretched his body, letting out cracking sounds as he restored the displaced bones in his body. He was a rank A genotype after all. Although the blow just now was very fierce, it did not cause him too much damage. However, the way the person looked at Sillin was strange, as if he was looking at Monster. Mr. Aflon, do you still remember the suggestion I made? Shotten straightened his face. In order to give his team members greater benefits, the 6 team's captain would grab onto any opportunity with all his might. Of course, Aflon motioned for the butler standing at the side to bring the document over. 7 Lights University? Sillin was a little surprised when he saw the document. 7 Lights University. Its full name was the Galactic Federation's 7 Lights University of Higher Education. It was one of the top institutions of higher education and was located at Sector B. It was not a place just anyone could go. Chapter 14. Aren't you very happy, Sillin? Seeing Sillin's puzzled gaze, Shotten explained, Mr. Aflon only asked you to pretend to be his son. He didn't ask you to be his bodyguard, so it's impossible for you to come into contact with his family's business. Therefore, in order to make the most of your time, I suggested to Mr. Aflon that you receive higher education, and Mr. Aflon chose 7 Lights University. The galaxy's education was roughly divided into 3 major categories: elementary education, intermediate education, and higher education. In the 4 great hunter regiments, many hunters had received higher education, and as long as their age met the requirements, the regiment would fund and nurture them. The 4 great hunter regiments were never stingy when it came to talents, and this was why they were superior to other hunter regiments. However, most hunters received their higher education at the DM sector, and there really weren't many like Sillin who could receive higher education at the 3 radiant sectors. This was also an investment Shotten made for the development of the 6th team, and the 6th team didn't even have to pay for it. It was practically a perfect opportunity. Moreover, Shotten was certain that even if Sillin was only pretending to be Aflon's son, the school Aflon chose would definitely not be low for the sake of the Dewant's family's reputation. Sillin wasn't an idiot. Back at Planet Brown Earth in Sector X, Sillin hadn't even received a proper elementary education. All this time, he had only been taught by Jinya himself. Why would he let go of such an opportunity? Of course I'm willing to have this opportunity. Aflon nodded. Everyone knows how 7 Lights University is. The reason I chose 7 Lights University isn't just because of the Dewant's family's reputation, but also because it's located at Sector B. The influence of the great families is limited there, and some people will have more scruples even if they want to attack you. It's good for both me and you. It was true that Aflon didn't need to waste more manpower to deal with certain possible emergencies if he was at 7 Lights University. Aflon received the other documents the butler had prepared and passed them over. Sign it if there are no problems. According to our agreement, the down payment will be 100,000, and according to the galactic time, 50,000 will be transferred to Sillin's account every 10 days from now on. The other 10 million will be paid when the mission is complete. Galactic credits? Shotten asked. Galaxy dollars. Aflon seemed to be very dissatisfied with Shotten's questioning. Would the great Dewant's family really take out sector coins? The exchange rate of galactic currency to the sector currency of the 13 backward sectors was 100, and the exchange rate to the sector currency of the 10 DM trade sectors was 10. Sillin's previous hunting bounties were all in sector credits, and the few million he used to buy a blank ID and a debit card were all sector credits that were lagging behind the 13th sector. 3 years' worth of hunting bounties was only equivalent to 10 days' worth of profit from this mission. Noticing the dissatisfaction in Aflon's tone, Shotten smiled and cracked a rare joke. Sillin is very outstanding. Where else would we find such a good hunter if we miss him? Not to mention that he can also be a bodyguard after pretending to be his son. Of course, the fee will be extra. Sillin rolled his eyes. At this moment, he could see that Schotten and Dias were indeed brothers. The way they joked around was practically the same. Then, our batch of goods, Schotten said. We'll buy them according to the price you mentioned. Aflon was also very decisive. Happy working with you. Happy working with you. Both sides were very straightforward and smart people. There was no need for additional explanations. After the discussion, all three of them had completed all the necessary agreements. In order to compete for Sillin's mission this time, the three of them had signed a tripartite agreement. Other than the three of them, no one else knew the contents of the agreement. Because Aflon wouldn't be staying in the 13 backward sectors for long, he gave Sillin an address and told Sillin to go there 2 days later. Someone would meet him there. Schotten left the hotel in a relaxed mood and told Sillin to return to the team first. After all, it was inconvenient for him to walk around with a mask on his face. Because everything had been settled, many days of gloominess had been swept away completely. After Schotten had the 6th squad deliver the goods to Aflon's men, the 6th squad captain looked at the amount of money he had saved into Carrie's account and went on a rare shopping spree, improving the quality of life of the 6th squad. After returning to the fleet, Schotten had even pinched Sillin's arm on purpose. This is really meat. It was just that every time he recalled how Sillin had slammed that A-rank bodyguard into the wall, Schotten couldn't help but shudder. How in the world did he look like a B-rank person? He was practically a human-shaped armored car. On the other hand, after Sillin and Schotten had left the hotel, Aflon sat quietly on his chair with his eyes lowered and his fingers crossed on his knees. He looked like he was deep in thought. A long while later, Aflon raised his eyes and said, Sappho, return the slaughter elf to upgrade and improve it. Discard it if you can't solve that problem. Hurry up the matters at 7 lights. It's almost time. Also, start making arrangements for Sillin. Got it. Aflon's words were simple, but as an old butler, Sappho understood Aflon's meaning clearly. Slaughter Elf was the gun model used by Aflon's bodyguards. It was also a new type of gun developed by the Duance family. Because the gun was small and easy to hide, its structure was simplified a lot. But it was also because of this that the scene where Sillin stabbed its Achilles heel with a single needle had appeared. If he couldn't improve on this point, then Aflon would rather give up on this gun model than take the risk. The second matter was 7 Lights. 7 Lights University's recruitment had ended a long time ago, but the semester had not started yet. Therefore, they needed to go through the relevant procedures, and with the Duance family's influence, it wasn't hard for them to do so. The last matter was regarding his son, Sillin. In just a few days, the outside world would learn of this son that Aflon had left behind, and some operations were about to begin. After returning to the fleet, Sillin went to find Beaver. As a technician, Beaver had the right to use some of the 6 team's instruments. Protective bone crystal? Beaver glanced at the pendant Sillin took out. It's possible, but you should know that the energy consumption of protective bone crystal is quite high. How much? Sillin asked. Beaver thought for a moment and calculated the cost. At least 30,000, and its GL credits. No problem. Aflon's 100,000 GL credits were enough. Beaver's eyes widened. This kid had only been here for a few days, and he was already this rich? However, Beaver did not ask too many questions. Dias had told him not to ask too much about Sillin during this period of time. Follow me. Bone crystal was a blocky crystal formed from the ashes of a person who had been electrocuted, compressed under high pressure, and processed. It cost almost 10,000 GL credits to crystallize the bone crystal. Back then, most of Sillin's hunting bounty had been spent on this. An hour later, Beaver returned the protected bone crystal to Sillin. The protected bone crystal had shrunk a little, but it was also sturdier and more translucent than before. Pointing it at a light source, one could see the silhouette of a person inside. An old girlfriend? Beaver asked. The person depicted inside the bone crystal bore no resemblance to Sillin's appearance at all. This meant that they were not relatives. Amen. Sillin hung the bone crystal back on his neck. Beaver patted Sillin's shoulder. He had seen Sillin's situation many times before. There's still a long way to go. Perhaps one day in the near future, Sillin would meet a good girl and lessen the sorrow of the past. During the 2 days since Sillin had returned to the ship, no one had seen Sillin except for Beaver, Shotten, and a few vice captains. The 6th team had done a good job in keeping secrets. Shotten had told Sillin everything that needed to be explained. The following opportunities could only be grasped by Sillin himself. 2 days later, Sillin put on his mask and went to the place Aflon mentioned to accept his new identity. Chapter 15. A certain planet in Sector D. Sillin arrived at this planet according to the information Aflon left behind. After walking off the passenger ship, Sillin pulled his thick coat and straightened his collar. It was no wonder Aflon had chosen Sillin to come to this planet. It was currently winter on this planet, and Sillin did not need to disguise himself at all. He pulled his collar up and covered most of his face. The wind was strong, and pedestrians came and went in a hurry. Even those who knew Aflon's face would not pay close attention to a passerby dressed in ordinary clothes. It actually saved him a lot of trouble. There were so many planets under Aflon's control, so there was a reason why he had chosen this place. After exiting the port, when Sillin walked to a street corner, he saw a seemingly ordinary black flying car parked there quietly. After glancing at the license plate, Sillin walked over. At the same time, the 2 people inside the car also saw Sillin. They got off the car and bowed towards Sillin, young master. Sillin recognized one of them as one of the bodyguards he had rammed into the wall. He had never seen the other person before. When he heard this young master, Sillin raised an eyebrow. Although he had accepted this mission, he had never received such treatment in his entire life. For a time, he felt really awkward. No matter what Sillin thought in his heart, his face did not change in the slightest. He nodded and sat down after the other party had opened the door at the back. Holy shit, and it was a triple-purpose flying car. After scanning the interior of the car once, Sillin thinks of a phrase, low-key luxury. A big family was a big family after all. The cost of this car must have been more than 1,000,000 galactic credits. After it was done, the car rose steadily and slid into the air runway. Among the many speeding flying cars, this car could be completely ignored and blended into the crowd. The superiority of the 10 free trade sectors over the 13 backward sectors was not just a little bit. This could be seen from the speeding flying cars around it. If any one of them were to be placed on planet Brown Earth, it would definitely cause quite a commotion even in the most prosperous area of planet Brown Earth. However, here, they were merely ordinary members. The skyscrapers gradually became sparse. There weren't many skyscrapers in the direction that the car was heading towards. Further ahead, there were many spacious villas. After bypassing these villas, the flying car finally stopped at a place that looked like a manor. The old butler, Soap, was already waiting there. After seeing Sillin, Sophie smiled amiably. "Young Master Sillin, please follow me." He got into character really quickly. Sillin cursed in his heart. "Thank you." Sappho led Sillin to a big house surrounded by flower beds. It wasn't tall at only 3 stories, but it took up a lot of space. It was bigger than the villas they passed by earlier, and it looked a lot more luxurious. Although the servants did not show any reaction on the surface, they were extremely curious. A few days ago, there was a rumor that their master had found a stray, illegitimate child. At the time, they had thought that it was impossible, but they never imagined that they would actually see it with their own eyes. Yes, anyone who saw Sillin would think that he and Aflon were father and son. This was the so-called coincidence. Moreover, Sillin believed that news of Aflon retrieving his illegitimate child would spread the next day. There might even be videos or pictures published in some electronic magazines. However, the spread and development trend of the rumor was not something that Sillin needed to worry about. It was Aflon's business, and it was also one of Aflon's strategic plans to fight for the position of the family successor. After putting on a show of filial piety with Aflon at the dining table, Aflon called Sillin to the study. 7 Lights has already completed the relevant procedures. You will bring your new ID and admission notice to 7 Lights University tomorrow. You only need to bring the identity of an illegitimate child with you, and don't worry about anything else. Other than that, you must know that even the forces of those who obstruct me can't infiltrate too much over there. However, there is one thing you must know, and that is that the waters of Sector B are very deep. You must be careful when you act. Right now, you carry the surname Duance in your name, so don't come into contact with anything that is detrimental to the Duance family. However, Aflon took out an electronic notebook from the drawer and pulled up a few pictures inside. He passed them to Sillin. Everyone on this can become your prey. Receiving the electronic notebook from Aflon's hands, Sillin quickly flipped through the information on it. Some of the people listed on this electronic notebook could be killed directly, while others could be captured alive. There were freelance hunters, specially trained assassins, and also people related to Aflon's competitors and their forces. Every person had a corresponding bounty. You don't have to look for these people on purpose. As long as you are still in Seven Lights University, they will naturally come looking for you unless I become the heir of the family. Remember this information. When you arrive at Seven Lights University, I will send someone to update you with the latest information every once in a while. As for how to treat them when the time comes, it's up to you. Of course, whether or not you can get your hands on these prey will depend on your own abilities. Prey had come knocking on his door, and the employer had automatically updated his information. Why wouldn't he take such a great opportunity? Sillin quickly flipped through the information in the electronic notebook before passing it back to Aflon. Aflon was stunned. He finished reading it so quickly. After receiving Sillin's affirmative reply, Aflon said nothing more. What he needed to do and what he needed to pay attention to were all clearly stated in the agreement. Aflon gave Sillin a new debit card. The debit card was registered with Sillin Duance's identity, and there were already 150,000 galactic credits stored inside. He transferred the money for the next 30 days to the card in one go. The next day, Aflon purposely mobilized one of the family starships he was managing to escort Sillin to Sector B. Seven Lights University was not some place on some planet in Sector B. It was an entire planet. An entire planet was an academy. Because of this, Seven Lights University was also known as Planet Seven Lights. There were 7 space stations around Planet Seven Lights. All incoming starships had to dock there, and those who were about to enter the academy would enter a specialized transport with the admission notice in their hands. Other starships and spaceships were not allowed to approach Planet Seven Lights, and unrelated people were not allowed to step into Seven Lights University. No matter which big family you came from, you had to obey Planet Seven Lights rules. All the starships that came here were very obedient. If anyone did not obey the rules, the Sentinel defense system on the space station would automatically list them as dangerous targets and open fire immediately. I don't care which family you come from, we'll talk after we fight. Don't say that Planet Seven Lights was too arrogant. They had the capital to be arrogant. Otherwise, why would Aflon say that the waters on Planet Seven Lights were very deep? The starship escorting Sillin stopped at the space station. After connecting to the space station's passage, 5 bodyguards escorted Sillin into the space station. Sillin saw someone being stopped at a passage not far away. The reason was because there were too many escorts. There was an eye-catching sign at the entrance of the passage that said, "Escorts must not exceed 5." There were a lot of people who were escorted by bodyguards, just like Sillin in the examination hall. They ranged from 15 to 25 years old, and the expressions on their faces were very similar: excitement and apprehension. It was obvious that their identities were extraordinary, and any random one of them would be from a famous family in a certain sector. But in this place, their extraordinary identities of the past seemed to have been turned ordinary. After the identity verification and the admission notice were scanned, the 5 bodyguards returned, and Sillin also boarded the transport to Planet Seven Lights. Chapter 16. The transport would depart once every 2 hours. When Sillin walked into the transport, there were less than a third of the people in the cabin. Judging from the time, he still had to wait for another hour. There were a few girls at the front, discussing in whispers and glancing at the people inside the cabin from time to time. Sillin's outfit was specially prepared by Aflon, and with Sillin's extremely deceptive face It was obvious that he was the young master of some big family at first glance. Therefore, when Sillin came in, the girls' discussion grew a little louder, and their intense gazes were so intense that Sillin thinks it would be hard for him to ignore them. However, it only lasted for a few minutes before the girls' gazes turned to the other people who came in. One had to know that more than half of the people in this transport were people with solid backgrounds. Sillin thinks back to when he was on the 6 Squad ship and heard Beaver and the others spouting nonsense. They said that in a certain sector's military academy, 29 out of 30 people in a class were descendants of generals. Their fathers were all sector generals, and the only person who wasn't a descendant of generals had a father who was a colonel. At first, he was fiercely despised by those 29 people, and 2 days later, all 29 of them went silent. Why? Because their colonel was a Galactic Federation colonel. Even the system they were in was different from the sector they were in. 10 sector generals might not be able to beat a Galactic Federation colonel. Diaz even joked that it was a good thing Sillin wasn't in a Sector C military academy, where he would be able to grab anyone he wanted to be a descendant of a galactic military officer. When he thought of this, Sillin smiled soundlessly. He picked up the Seven Lights handbook given to him by the inspection staff when he came in and quickly flipped through it. There were many things he already knew beforehand, and with Sillin's extraordinary reading ability and memory, he finished flipping through it in less than 2 minutes. Touching the leaf pattern on his thumb, Sillin sighed emotionally. Even the famous Seven Lights could not detect this ring. Just what kind of existence was the Gen family? He pressed a button on the armrest of his seat, and a holographic screen popped up in front of him. Looking at the colorful planet against the dark background of space on the screen, Sillin looked forward to the following life. "Hey bro, can I sit here?" A young man with a bright smile pointed to the seat next to Sillin and asked. Judging from his clothes, this guy's family conditions were quite good. Of course. Sillin smiled. It could be seen that the person in front of him was very friendly. "My name's Chev Allen," said the boy in a friendly tone. Sillin. The boy named Allen chuckled and stretched his neck to look at the girls in front of him. "The quality of our term's beauties is pretty good." It seems like Seven Lights has a lot of beauties to begin with. How nice. Seeing that the beauties had completely ignored him, Allen scratched his head and turned his neck away. All the entertainment in the cabin had been put in the luggage compartment. Since it was boring to sit and wait, Allen took the initiative to find a topic to talk to Sillin. As a hunter, Sillin was involved in every aspect. Therefore, Sillin was more or less able to say a little about the topics Allen brought up. Allen recounted his happy life of eating, drinking, playing, and his once free and unfettered life. Then, he frowned again. "Sigh, I heard that Seven Lights isn't a good place to live either. At first, I didn't want to come to Sector B to receive higher education. The competition is too fierce after all. But ever since I stayed out for too many nights, my dad got mad and threw a sum of money at me before throwing me here to fend for myself. My colorful life, when will it come back?" It was true that those whose admission results were not ideal would have to pay a huge sum of money to enter Seven Lights. That being said, Sillin also knew that if their results were too bad, Seven Lights would not allow them to enter no matter how much money was thrown at them. The fact that Allen was able to enter Seven Lights meant that his results were not too bad. Before Sillin could comment on Allen's words, he heard a low, cold snort behind him. While Sillin and Allen were chatting away, some people had entered the cabin one after another. At a glance, it looked like 4/5 of the seats were already filled. It was also during this time that the teenager sitting behind Sillin and Allen came in. Allen did not show any anger because of this disdainful snort. Instead, he curiously leaned on the back of the chair and looked at the person who had let out the snort. The person ignored Sillin and Allen who were looking at him. He simply stared at the display screen in front of him. Unlike the clothes of the people around him, this teenager's clothes were not shabby, but they looked plain and ordinary compared to the people around him. Of course, one must not underestimate this person because of his clothes. How many of those who could sit here and qualify to enter Seven Lights were ordinary people? Allen's eyes flashed. "Kong Man, I didn't think that I would be able to sit on the same transport as the genius Kong Man." It was only now that Kong Man, who had scoffed at Alan's words of throw in money and live a carefree life, finally moved his gaze from the screen to Alan. You know me? Although it was a question, there was no surprise in it. Sillin could see the arrogance at the bottom of Kong Man's eyes and the stubbornness on his body. Of course, the genius Kong Man, our batch's specially recruited student. At the age of 14, you've already published research results with over 50 contribution points. You've even been published in some academic electronic journals. But I can't understand that electromagnetic code or whatever you're researching at all. The more Alan spoke, the more excited he became. There was not the slightest hint of embarrassment that he couldn't understand. My dad has pulled my ears countless times and told me that the only two geniuses who are 15 years old, the youngest of our batch, are called the twin stars of Seven Lights. One of them is you, Kong Man, and the other is G Pride. At this point, Alan suddenly stopped and looked at the cabin door with his mouth wide open. G Pride. After staring blankly for a moment, Alan excitedly grabbed Sillin's sleeve and shook it fiercely. Sillin, it's G Pride. It's really G Pride. Oh my God, I'm actually sitting on the same transport as this batch's twin stars of Seven Lights. What do? I want to scream. What the hell does it have to do with me, if you want to scream? Sillin looked at his sleeve that was about to be shaken loose. He wanted nothing more than to give this guy a smack on the head. You're not a beauty, so why the hell are you reacting like this? Besides, you didn't react this much when you saw Kong Man just now. G Pride was none other than the person Sillin saw at the entrance of the passageway, who was stopped because there were too many escorts. G Pride, who had just walked into the cabin, wore an impatient expression on his face that caused women to overflow with motherly instincts. After he frowned and scanned the cabin once, his gaze was attracted by a certain someone's waving arm. It couldn't be helped. It was hard not to notice. Inside the cabin, Alan was the only one happily waving his arm and swaying back and forth on his seat in excitement. His other hand was pointing at the empty seat next to Kong Man, and his mouth was moving exaggeratedly. Sit here. Sit here. Sillin felt that if it wasn't for the fact that loud noises and careless walking were not allowed inside the cabin, this guy would definitely yell at the top of his lungs and run over to G Pride. For a moment, every gaze inside the cabin swept towards Alan. Their eyes looked as if they had suddenly discovered a monkey hiding in the crowd. Sillin lowered his head and seriously read the Seven Lights Handbook. Kong Man, on the other hand, was staring straight at the screen in front of him, as if he did not know Alan at all. Pride's tender face turned from red to green, then green to black. He felt as if he himself had turned into a monkey. Pride roared in his heart. Who the hell is that bastard? It was at this moment a staff member just happened to walk in from outside. Seeing that Pride was still standing at the entrance, he urged, "Hurry up and find a seat. The plane is about to take off." His eyes swept across and pointed at Alan, who was waving at him. "Just sit there. It's pretty good." Pride gritted his teeth and walked towards the seat next to Kong Man with a black face. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Chapter 17. Pride was very gloomy today. Not only did he have to endure his family's nagging, but they actually sent 5 starships to escort him and a large group of people to protect him after he disembarked from Starship. In the end, they were intercepted at the passage. Pride gritted his teeth in anger when he recalled the people at the space stations. TSK, what a child, he actually brought so many nannies with him gazes. He had finally shaken off those people outside with much difficulty, and now he ran into such a situation the moment he entered the cabin. Pride walked over angrily and sat down. He did not even look at Kong Man beside him. After glaring at Alan, he turned on the display and adjusted his view to see if the starships his family had sent to escort had left or not. Pride had an unapproachable attitude. Everyone could see that, but there were people who just ignored his attitude. G Pride, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Alan Shev, and I'm also a student of Seven Lights this term. You can say that we're classmates. Alan extended his hand in greeting and smiled very happily. Pride did not even raise his eyes as he said in a very angry tone, "I don't care which onion you are." But Alan did not feel the slightest bit self-conscious about being called an onion. His automatic filtering of words and shamelessness as he moved forward really made Scylla gasp in amazement. He had heard from Dias that there were a lot of weirdos in the higher education institutions here, and he had truly learned something today. I watch your fighter combat videos often. You're amazing. You can even perform such super maneuvers. Although Pride still did not raise his head due to Alan's eloquent praise, Scylla noticed that the corner of the kid's mouth had widened a little. Then, he tried his best to maintain his previous serious demeanor. However, his ears were perked up. Scylla felt that if Pride had a tail, it would definitely be sticking up to the sky. Otherwise, Alan would not have the slightest intention of stopping him, even though he had been blabbering on for a long time. He's a pretty awkward kid. This was Scylla's conclusion for Pride. Kong Man let out a soft snort before staring at the display in front of him again. There was no telling if the snort was directed at Alan or Pride. Pride was probably immersed in Alan's praise and did not notice Kong Man's snort. In addition, several people sitting around them had also been paying attention to them. After hearing Lan's words, they also joined the conversation. Pride raised his chin at the praises from the people around him. I learned those things a long time ago. If Kong Man's arrogance was hidden inside, then Pride's arrogance was more obvious than ever. That being said, Pride did have the capital to be proud of himself. Setting aside factors like identity and background, if Kong Man of the Twin Stars of Seven Lights leaned towards theoretical research, then Pride would lean towards actual combat. His fighter piloting skills were top-notch among his peers. Not to mention that he was also outstanding in shooting, mech piloting, and so on. Alan was very regretful that photography equipment was not allowed in this place. Otherwise, he would definitely take a photo with these two Seven Lights twin stars. He would definitely be able to surprise his old man. Although Alan had also mentioned the other person from the Twin Stars of Seven Lights, Kong Man, it was obvious that the people around him did not have much interest in this genius of ordinary birth. Part of the reason they came to Seven Lights was because this place provided a platform for the descendants of some great families and forces to make more friends and pave the way for their future lives. These young people who spoke with a golden spoon in their mouths obviously did not include Kong Man in their social circle, even if Kong Man was one of the twin stars of Seven Lights. Moreover, Kong Man was biased towards academics. This was even less of a common topic for these young people. Of course, Alan was an exception. Kong Man did not show too much emotion towards the other's deliberate disregard. He seemed to be used to it. Can you tell me about the electromagnetic code that Alan mentioned just now? The electromagnetic code has a magnetic field that can be adjusted, right? According to the formula, how do you ensure that the magnetic field and other factors at the location will not interfere with it? Scylla was a little interested in the electromagnetic code that Kong Man researched. He had mentioned this question when he was discussing with Yudi, but they did not discuss it in depth. Now, it had piqued Scylla's curiosity. Kong Man stared at Scylla in astonishment. A person who is able to accurately recite the few quoted formulas must have a certain level of understanding in this area. That was why Kong Man did not give Scylla the cold shoulder. He turned off the display and pressed another button on the armrest. He took out an electronic writing board inside and slowly explained it to Scylla. The duo talked from the most basic sonic code to the optical code to the electromagnetic code. Scylla had even written down a few simplified formulas that he had discussed with Yudi. This caused Kong Man to look at Scylla in a new light. Moreover, Kong Man grew even more excited when they talked about academic research. Kong Man had a completely different attitude towards people with real talent and knowledge. Pride's attention had also shifted towards Scylla and Kong Man's discussion. Although his eyes were still staring at the screen in front of him, his heart was actually elsewhere. Even if he did not understand the things that Kong Man was talking about, he could more or less understand some of it. Alan, who was chatting enthusiastically with the people around him, caught a glimpse of Scylla and Kong Man whispering to each other from the corner of his eyes. He glanced towards them, and when he saw the formulas on the writing board in Kong Man's hands, His gaze towards Sillin was filled with admiration. Formulas and whatnot were practically gibberish heavenly books to Alan. After the transport had landed on Planet Seven Lights, according to the newcomer's guide in the Seven Lights Handbook, they must apply for a Planet Seven Lights one-pass card. This was because Seven Lights' exclusive card was required to buy things, ride on a bus, and so on. External debit cards and whatnot were completely useless once they were out of this port. After he had applied for a Seven Lights card with his proof of identity and admission notice, Sillin then transferred the amount on the card Aflon had given him to his Seven Lights card. Since he was a new student, the Seven Lights card Sillin had applied for was Crimson Red. After he had officially entered the school, he could apply to upgrade his Seven Lights card if his credits and GPA reached a certain target. The Seven Lights card was divided into 7 ranks: Crimson, Orange, Yellow, Green, Cyan, Blue, and Purple. Different ranks had different privileges on Planet Seven Lights, and they would have to rely on themselves if they wanted to upgrade their card. Seven Lights was a relatively independent place. It was not just Seven Lights. Some of the higher education institutions at Sector B and the military academies at Sector C also had a similar system. Kongman was going to visit an old professor, and he had wanted to bring Sillin along at first. The old professor was quite fond of people who were involved in academics, but Sillin rejected him. He had his own plans, and he was not a pure academic researcher. After rejecting Alan's invitation to report together, Sillin walked out of the port with a travel bag that did not carry much on his back. The moment he came out, he saw 2 high-end flying cars waiting for him at the entrance. Pride walked over with his chin raised, tossed the small bag in his hand to one of them, and entered the flying car. He didn't expect this kid's background to be so deep that he could enjoy privileges openly even in Seven Lights. No wonder those people were fawning over Pride back in the cabin. Although none of them had explicitly stated Pride's identity, they probably already had an idea in their hearts when Alan told them a few things about Pride. Sillin turned his head away and no longer cared about those things. He went to a store that sold communication equipment near the port and bought a bracelet communicator. Planet Seven Lights had its own specialized communication network system and signal receiving equipment. Therefore, the communication equipment brought from outside the planet could not be used here, and he had to buy elsewhere. Sillin did not plan to report immediately. The report would last for another 6 or 7 days anyway. According to a hunter's habits, Sillin would first personally visit a few important places on Planet Seven Lights by a map of the planet, and then step onto the maglev global train. Chapter 18. As a renowned higher education institution in the galaxy, Seven Lights University was incomparable to the schools in the 10 trade sectors, be it the layout of the underground space or the allocation of resources and facilities. Here, there is a tightly guarded research and technology zone, a wide outdoor training zone, a city that never sleeps for leisure and entertainment, a trade zone with numerous categories. It had everything, and it was like a complete system. The closest to the port was the school zone, and right next to the school zone was a large residential area. There were clusters of tall buildings and villas. According to the Seven Lights Handbook, the students' dormitories were allocated by the university and not chosen by the students themselves. Of course, there were also a lot of high-end residential and office buildings available for rent on the planet. Whether or not one could rent those buildings depended on one's ability. Money was still a small matter, but the important thing was the restriction of one Seven Lights card. Don't even think about renting those buildings unless your Seven Lights card has been upgraded to a certain level. The school zone was the center of the planet, and the entertainment zone, training zone, trade zone, and so on were distributed around it. Sillin did not go to the school zone to take a look. He would report to the school zone directly after he was done strolling around the planet. Therefore, according to the marking on the map, the first big stop of the global train was the trade zone. Perhaps because it wasn't rush hour right now, there weren't many people scattered around on the train. Some of them were sleeping on their seats with their eyes closed. Judging from the badges on their chests, they were all 3rd and 4th grade students. Seven Lights was divided into 7 grades according to the level of education. First to 4th grade were compulsory grades here, and only after 4th grade could one apply to graduate. Of course, if one was interested and had good enough grades, they could also choose to further their studies. In Seven Lights, those who continued their studies enjoyed very generous treatment. The reason there weren't any 5th to 7th grade students on the train was because Seven Lights had provided them with a special car. It was much more convenient than taking the train or taxi. When Sillin was chatting with Kong Man on the transport, he learned that Kong Man had chosen the 4+3 model or the integration model for further studies. This model was only targeted at specially recruited students, and the treatment they enjoyed was different from the others. The Seven Lights card Sillin and the others had applied for was the most basic red rank, but Kong Man's was orange rank, 1 rank higher, and his promotion was slightly easier than the others. Hearing the train station announcement, Sillin carried his backpack and got off the train. The moment he got out of the car, Sillin had the illusion that he was somewhere else. Although he had already read about the introduction of the trade zone in the Seven Lights handbook, the feeling was much stronger when he saw it in person. This place was like a huge business empire. The trade district in front of him seemed to be formed by a complex crisscrossing of bustling commercial streets. There were flying cars hurrying in the air and people chatting. Was this really just an academy? Why was it so similar to the bustling commercial streets he saw when he went to Sector D to look for Aflon? Flashing road signs and billboards guided the people who came here. From time to time, a large light screen would appear in the air with advertisements. A person with a 5th-year badge was holding a device in his hand and introducing its functions. Such advertisements could be seen everywhere, and there were many kinds of them, from the most basic daily necessities to hoverboards and flying scooters. There were all kinds of them, and the gorgeous images were so flashing that people couldn't take their eyes off them. Sillin swept a casual glance at the shops on both sides of the street and knew that none of these things were ordinary goods. Otherwise, no one would have the nerve to take them out in this commercial street filled with high-end goods. Although Sillin had some savings in his card right now, he really couldn't buy many things with just a glance. Thankfully, some of these things weren't in use right now. Sillin came to a department store and bought the daily necessities he needed. Then, he strolled into a grocery street. Although they were all grocery stores and did not have a proper entrance, the people who set up stalls here were all 2nd to 4th-year students. The things they put on display were part of the spoils of war they had obtained during their internship outside the planet or during some course examinations. Some of the things were small and exquisite, and they were placed inside the dormitory purely for decoration. They might be miscellaneous, but they were just for the sake of novelty. But there was no lack of good stuff. There were even some precious metal blocks, energy blocks, and so on. If these things were to be sold in a big store, they would have to pay a commission fee. So many people handle them themselves. Hey, look, this is a big conch we got from Planet Aquamarine last month. When the wind blows, you can even hear the sound of the waves. Look at this color. Junior, you have a good eye. This is a type of alloy ore we dug during our internship. Our mentor said that the ratio of several important metals that make up this alloy ore is almost perfect. It has an important role in the construction and repair of weapons, as well as the modification of parts for armored battleships. Looking around, the people setting up the stalls were of different shapes and sizes. Some of them might be setting up a stall for the first time and were not open yet, but some were obviously old foxes. The vigor of their shouts and their glib words were almost the same as those old peddlers. The girls with nimble hands made some simple processing of the materials in their hands, and they looked really good. At the very least, there were 3 times more people squatting in front of the pretty girl's stall than the other stalls. The effect of the pretty girl effect was undeniable. When Sillin was looking at something at a stall, a person suddenly appeared in front of the stall next to him. He looked to be about the same age as Sillin. His hair was a little messy, and he was wearing a singlet, baggy floral shorts, and a pair of rattan woven slippers. He was waving a leaf fan in his hand. Sillin had seen that fan in front of a stall that specialized in selling leaf products. This person squatted down in front of the stall, waving the fan with one hand and fiddling with the small items on the stall with the other. He seemed to be looking at the raw materials of these items or checking if they were in good condition. However, Scylla noticed that the expression of the stall owner behind him changed a few times when he saw this person. He opened his mouth, but did not say anything. Scylla felt that at that moment, the stall owner had the urge to pack up and run away. This piqued Scylla's curiosity. He stood at the side and watched quietly. The stall owner beside him did not change much. He enthusiastically explained the raw materials and sources of these items to that person. Then, it was an extremely tragic haggling process. Scylla watched as the pitiful stall owner's eyes slowly turned from a happy upper arc to a sad lower arc. He couldn't even get angry anymore and said, "Never mind, Junior. Since you're a new student, I'll give this to you as a greeting gift from a senior." I don't even know you. Why the hell should I accept a greeting gift from you? Besides, I'll feel guilty if you don't accept some money. Conscience. Do you even have that thing? From 500 galactic coins all the way down to 50 galactic coins, the stall owner was almost in tears. He wanted to give something to this guy and let him walk away, but he refused to do so. The person raised his hand and fished out a stack of 1,000 galactic coins from his pocket. He frowned and fished out a 7 Lights savings card and a couple of VIP cards from luxury stores at the center of the trade zone. After rummaging through his pockets for a long while, he finally fished out a $50 bill from a certain corner. "Here, 50. I'm not taking advantage of you." The person smiled in a rather harmless manner. The stall owner's face looked like he had been constipated for a long time. Even Scylla felt conflicted on his behalf. That stack of 1,000 galactic coins was definitely not less than 20,000, was it? And those cards were impossible to get without spending at least a few million. He actually squatted down here and haggled like a small family. He cut it all the way down to 50 and even put on a C. "I'm a good person, look." Scylla felt that if he was that stall owner, he would have given this bastard a good kick. Watching the person's back as he left, the poor stall owner raised a trembling finger and pointed at the hateful back, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Scylla listened as the stall owner he stopped it patted the trembling person and comforted him. "Don't mind him. That person has that kind of bad taste. You're not the only one who suffered. That bastard. Who is he? Sigh. I accidentally heard it from a teacher yesterday. I have the urge to bang my head against the wall after knowing the truth. I beg for the truth. His name is Andrira Long. This surname is very familiar." The poor stall owner frowned again and again. Then his eyes abruptly widened. The Andrira family is that family known as so poor that they only have money? Yes. The sound of impact. Scylla shook his head with a smile and left. The Andrira family was even more famous than the Duance family in the galaxy. In terms of wealth, the Duance family was not much weaker. However, the reason why the Andrira family was so famous was because the head of the Andrira family once complained about being poor at a certain old general's birthday banquet. Then, the old general joked, "Yeah, you're poor. So poor that you only have money left." And so, this so poor that they only have money family spread throughout the galaxy. Chapter 19. The items sold at these stalls were not bad, but they were not very practical. In fact, those who really wanted to buy practical items would not come here. The people who came here were purely looking for novelty. If the seniors were to get their hands on some new toys they had never seen before and sell them here, many people would still be willing to buy them at a high price. As he continued forward, a stall selling plants attracted Scylla's attention. Following Jinya's education, Scylla would always plant some green plants at the places he lived. There were more flowers and plants on the stalls. Some were specially planted by flower lovers, and some were seeds and branches they collected when they went for training and internships outside the planet. The plants on display were all things Scylla had seen in books before, but he could not make out all the seeds. After a brief observation, Scylla took a fancy to a green vine sealed with ecological film and nutrient solution. It was labeled as big-legged Boston creeper. Compared to normal Boston creeper, The big-legged Boston creeper's climbing ability was stronger, and its radiation resistance and drought resistance were more than 10 times higher than normal Boston creepers. Sillin looked at it. It was priced at 8,000 galactic credits. So expensive. The stall owner was a third-year student. When he saw Sillin frown, he explained, "Junior, don't be fooled by the high price, but it's definitely worth it. This big-legged Boston creeper is not the species you've seen before. We discovered this vine by chance when we were undergoing training outside the planet. Because we were pressed for time at the time, we didn't manage to get much. It's not just on Planet 7 Lights. It's rare even in the entire galaxy." The stall owner spoke mysteriously and handed Sillin an infrared fluoroscopic device. Then he placed the vine in front of him. Sillin was surprised when he saw the image on the fluoroscopic device. The image around the vine was very blurry, and he could barely see the face of the stall owner behind the vine. "Do you understand now?" The stall owner was very proud. "This thing is definitely worth it. If we can plant this vine and let it cover the walls around the dormitory, it will be hard for people outside the dormitory to peep in. It's super effective against night vision binoculars and whatnot." Before Sillin could express his opinion, a voice interrupted. "I saw this thing at the Seven Lights Research Zone's Botany Research Institute yesterday. I heard that this thing can only live for 10 days at most after it leaves its main body. Come to think of it, this should be the 8th day, right?" Andrira Lung. Seeing that it was this guy, Sillin didn't say much. He just looked at the stall owner sympathetically. "Ahem, that's not entirely true. If it's sealed in a biological membrane and nutrient solution, it can still be preserved for more than 10 days. The stall owner was a little embarrassed by Lung's words. He didn't expect that there would be someone who knew someone from the Institute of Botany. Lung didn't even raise his head as he looked at the rattan in his hand. "I heard that the 50 or so samples used for research at the Research Institute are all dead. There's still a dozen or so that they can't bear to use, so they're also stored in this method. A few professors have gone to search for the parent. Perhaps in a few days, they'll be able to obtain a large batch." 5 minutes later, the stall owner looked like he wanted to cry as he received the 80 star coins from Sillin. The way he looked at Lung was as if he wanted to avoid him as far as possible, as expected of someone from the so poor that all is left is money family. Sillin thought, "How about it? I've helped you bargain down so much. Do I get any reward?" Lung waved that leaf fan and looked at Sillin with a grin. Sillin didn't beat around the bush. "Tell me your request." The people from the Andrira family definitely wouldn't be a goody two-shoes. They wouldn't do useless work, and they wouldn't do unprofitable business. That was why Sillin directly let Lung bring it up. As long as it was within an acceptable range, everything was negotiable. "All right, a straightforward person. As for the reward, if you can grow this rattan, you'll have the priority to sell me the planting method." "You're so sure that I can grow it? Even the people from the Institute of Botany couldn't do it, so why would I be able to? Besides, just like what the stall owner said, I'm buying this thing purely as a souvenir and for fun." As for the reason, Andrira's intuition, Lung said in an extremely cocky manner. "All right," Sillin said with a smile. He waved his hand and left the grocery street. Sillin thought that buying a hoverboard would make it more convenient for him to move around in the future. After all, the school district was also very big. A hoverboard was much cheaper than a flying car. It looked like a skateboard, but it could also be equipped with a manual control rudder. Moreover, it could also be used for physical exercise. If one wanted to save energy, they would have to ride the hoverboard themselves. Before going to buy a hoverboard, Sillin passed by a bookstore. The storefront was very big, and it looked simple and unadorned. It had a bit of history. The store was currently holding an event, the bookstore's 7th centennial celebration. Sillin couldn't do anything about the membership benefits, but he could participate in the quiz event that was open to everyone. The sources of the questions were all public. They were from those few books. If all of them were correct, apart from a reward of 10,000 star coins, they could also choose any 10 books from the bookstore for free and a VIP membership card. Those who were 90 to 50% correct would also have corresponding rewards. As for those who couldn't even get 50% correct, it wasn't like they didn't have anything at all. At the very least, they would have a discount coupon. It wasn't like he had to pay anything, so it was fine to participate. Also, Sillin had read those books before. There were a lot of people participating. There were a lot of participants, and after swiping his 7 lights card for verification, the shop assistant arranged an answer panel for Sillin. Almost all of them were multiple-choice questions, but nearly 20% of the questions were very detailed. For example, a certain sentence came from which book, which volume, which chapter, who said it, which year of a certain battle took place, and even the molecular formula of a certain drug. Fortunately, Sillin's memory was extraordinary. It didn't take him long to answer all 100 questions, and the system immediately marked them after he submitted them. 100 points. Congratulations, you've won the first prize. Following the instructions on the panel, Sillin submitted his results and the answer panel to the relevant person in charge of the store, and then someone brought him to the prize area. At the same time, a message appeared on the big screen inside the shop. Congratulations, Sillin Duance, for winning the first prize in the quiz. The people who saw this message couldn't help but sigh. He actually got full marks for such crazy questions. What an amazing person. Duance? A member of the Duance family? This seems to be the second full marks prize today, isn't it? Speaking of which, who's the full marks prize from before? I think it's called CI something. Sillin had no idea what the people outside were talking about him. Right now, he was busy receiving his prize. After transferring 10,000 galactic coins to his 7 lights card, Sillin went to the display area to choose his books. Some limited edition books weren't something that could be found anywhere. The premium display area wasn't open to the public today, but it was an exception for those who had won certain prizes. When he arrived at the display area, Sillin discovered that there was another person who had come to receive the full marks prize and choose his book. The person looked about the same age as Sillin, and he had a slightly refined and scholarly air about him. He stood in front of a bookshelf and flipped through a book quietly. Look, Xianxia, there's actually someone else who got full marks other than you. The person who brought Sillin to choose his book greeted the person with a smile. Oh, the person's gaze moved from the book in his hand to Sillin, and with a gentle and refined smile, he said, "That's a rare sight." He had no intention of coming over. Sillin returned a polite greeting and began flipping through the books on the bookshelf. A while later, "Hey, Xianxia, don't you think there's something wrong with that guy?" The person who brought Sillin over moved next to C.I. Xianxia and said in a low voice. C.I. Xianxia's gaze moved away from the book once more and looked at Sillin not far away. The more he looked, the more he frowned. It's too fast. The pages are turning too fast. The next page followed almost at the same time his gaze landed on the first page. This wasn't an electronic book, so the speed at which the pages were flipped was not something the duo could ignore. Xianxia, do you think that guy's really paying attention? Or is he just putting on an act? He's been flipping pages for several books already. Who is he? The information displayed on the card when the money was transferred is Sillin Duance. He's a new student of 7 lights this term, just like you. He's not a special recruit. He's a self-funded student. The Duance family? C.I. Xianxia was certain that he remembered every Duance family member that was even slightly famous, but he had never heard of this Sillin. Chapter 20. Sillin was immersed in the book and copied all the information into his brain. He didn't care about the gazes of the other 2 people in the display area at all. As long as there was no danger, Sillin would not come out of that state. After flipping through the books on the shelf that he felt were more useful, Sillin chose 10 of them. When he turned around, he saw that the other 2 people were looking at him strangely. After Sillin nodded at the 2 with a smile, he said to the shop assistant, "I'll take these 10. Oh, ow. All right, please wait a moment." It was only then that the shop assistant came back to his senses. He scanned and demagnetized the 10 books Sillin had chosen and marked them with the words Bookstore Celebration Quiz First Prize before passing them back to Sillin. "Please collect your VIP membership card at the main service counter." "All right, thank you." After Sillin left, the shop assistant was still a little incredulous. Xianxia, did he really finish reading? He should have memorized the books he read. Is he even human? Although I've heard that there are people with photographic memories, It's creepy to hear someone scanning like a machine like this. The shop assistant even shuddered as he spoke. There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons among the new students this year. C.I. Jinsheng closed the book and put it back on the shelf. I'm leaving too. I'll come back when I have time after the registration. The new batch of books will arrive in 2 days. Someone will contact you guys. All right, I'll let the store manager know. I've already submitted my graduation application. I believe we'll get a reply soon. When the time comes, I'll leave the arrangements to you. C.I. Jinsheng made a "don't worry" gesture and left the display area as well. The 10 books Silin had chosen were all large hardcover books. He couldn't just casually put these 10 books into his subspace here. He couldn't take the risk of exposing the secret of the ring, but it was too strenuous to carry them on his back either. Therefore, Silin took care of the books and contacted someone in the store to send them over after he was done with the registration. Because Silin was the winner of the quiz first prize, the store didn't charge him extra for taking care of the books. Silin was stopped as soon as he walked out of the bookstore. "Go on, Silin, please wait." C.I. Jinsheng held a book in his hand as he strode forward quickly. "What is it?" "I just want to remind you that the winners will be shown on the big screen in the shop. Although there are no images, people will still pay attention to them. It's common for seniors to bully freshmen here, but if you can't find concrete evidence, the security team won't do much." Hearing this, Silin smiled. "Thank you for the reminder. May I ask who you are?" "My name is C.I. Jinsheng, and I'm also a new student this term. However, I'm pretty familiar with Seven Lights University, so feel free to ask if you need any help." Silin thinks for a moment and said, "Do you know anything about the trade zone? Do you know which hoverboards are more affordable?" Since C.I. Jinsheng had shown his good intentions, Silin did not refuse. After all, in this new and complicated environment, one more friend meant one more help. "I know a good hoverboard shop. It's the new student season right now, so there should be a lot of special offers. However, the quality is pretty good. I bought one there before." C.I. Jinsheng brought Silin to the shop, and the flashing screen at the entrance showed the hoverboards on sale. Silin looked at the real thing. It was not bad, and it was very affordable. Moreover, it came with 2 coupons for the open-air tea restaurant at the top floor of the commercial building. In order to express his gratitude towards C.I. Jinsheng, Silin used the 2 complimentary tea restaurant coupons straight away. There were many round or square tables of different sizes placed on the top floor of the commercial building, and there was even a large parasol on top of them. People in groups of 3 to 5 took the elevator to the top floor after they were done shopping in the commercial building and ate snacks. It wasn't rush hour right now, so there were a few empty tables. Silin and C.I. Jinsheng sat there drinking tea and chatting about Seven Lights in passing. However, 8 people surrounded them not long after they sat down. "Yo, so you guys are here. How disloyal. You didn't even invite us when you came up for tea." One of them greeted them warmly. They looked like they were very close brothers. Silin and C.I. Jinsheng exchanged a look with each other. Trouble was coming. The 8 of them surrounded the small table. The person who greeted them pulled a chair over and sat beside the 2 of them. He grabbed a piece of dessert and placed it in his mouth. "I heard that the 2 of you just got some money. To be able to answer those perverted questions correctly, you're really good kids who love to learn." That was what he said, but there was obvious mockery in the person's eyes. To people like them, anyone who could answer those questions correctly was a nerd, and nerds were easy targets to bully. They had always looked down on these sickly literary people. Silin had changed into a new set of clothes after they left the port, and C.I. Jinsheng was not dressed ostentatiously either. Both of them were dressed in casual clothes that were not luxurious, and it was impossible to discern their identities. It was no wonder these people picked on them so quickly. They were certain that Silin and C.I. Jinsheng did not have much support behind them. However, the person's hand holding the snack froze in midair and even began to tremble. A gun barrel was pressed against his head. Other than Silin, the rest of them did not even see C.I. Jinsheng's movements clearly. They only felt that a gun had appeared out of nowhere, and it was only when their heads were pressed against that they suddenly realized that the other party had taken out a gun at some point in time. Gun control was very strict in Seven Lights, and most people did not have the qualifications to be equipped with a gun. These people did not expect that one of the two people they had their eyes on who looked like easy targets would be equipped with a gun. Moreover, this seemingly genteel guy was absolutely powerful. The 8 of them were stunned. It was obvious that this was the first time they had encountered such a target after bullying people so many times. They did not dare to run or shout even if they wanted to. Even their breathing was cautious. No matter how many of them there were, they were no match for a gun. It was as if there was an icy hand strangling their necks in the air, and a chill instantly spread throughout their bodies. Sillin was only surprised for a moment the moment CI Xianxia took out a gun. Other than that, no other change in his emotions could be seen. He continued to drink tea and eat the snacks. It would be a waste if he did not eat what he had paid for. CI Xianxia's free hand held a teacup and drank leisurely. I am a genteel person, and I do not like to solve problems with violence. Genteel my ass. The 8 of them shouted in their hearts. Holy shit, this is the way to solve problems without violence? What about the violent way? Is it a high-energy laser cannon? Oui. The person who was pressed against the gun stuttered for a long time and almost bit his own tongue. Scram. CI Xianxia did not want to hear an explanation at all. This so-called explanation was pure nonsense. He moved his finger, and the gun disappeared. CI Xianxia withdrew his hand and continued to drink his tea. He did not look at the person at all. They knew that the gun did not disappear. It was because the other party's movements were too fast, and they could not capture his movements at all. From the moment CI Xianxia took out a gun, even an idiot understood that this person was not to be trifled with. They would be idiots if they continued to stay here. CI Xianxia did not even look at the fleeing people. His scholarly smile was still on his face. In Seven Lights, the best way to solve problems is absolute suppression. Sillin raised his cup and gestured, good idea. After they finished their tea, the duo exchanged their numbers. Then, Sillin stepped onto his newly bought hoverboard and headed towards the global train station. There was a special slow lane in the air, and it was a passage for flying tools that were not fast like hoverboards. As for fast flying tools like flying cars, they had their own lanes. Sillin bought some instant snacks and put them in his bag so that he would not have to look for another store when he was hungry. Riding on the hoverboard, he looked at the tall buildings on both sides and the pedestrians below from the sky. It was a different feeling. Sillin did not use the manual rudder because it would consume even more energy. Energy ores and energy storage boxes were not cheap, and Sillin was confident that he could control the hoverboard without the manual rudder. When he arrived at the station, the next train was still 20 minutes away. Sillin put away the hoverboard, bought a newspaper, and waited not far away from the platform. The good thing about a hoverboard was that it did not take up much space after it was put away. The 1-meter-long hoverboard was less than 20 centimeters after it was put away. Since his bag was filled with food, the hoverboard was put away by Sillin. Hey, that little kid over there. No one answered. Hey, that little kid reading the newspaper over there. Still no one answered. Hey, that little kid with a hoverboard on his left and a bag on his right is reading Seven Lights Weekly. Chapter 21. Sillin raised his head. The person with the hoverboard on his left and the backpack on his right seemed to be reading Seven Lights Weekly, but the little boy was following the voice. A white-haired old man was shouting at Sillin from a chair not far away while holding a pile of parts in his hands. Seeing Shilin Sillin looking over, the old man pointed at the side of Sillin's chair. Little boy, do me a favor and pass it over. The old man was panting a little as he spoke. He was probably tired. Sillin picked up the parts that had rolled to the side of the chair, stood up, and passed them to the old man. Thanks, little boy. Sir, I'm almost 18. Oh, you're almost 18, little boy. This old man is 130 years old. Sillin, never mind. So be it, little boy. After the old man received the parts, he began to assemble the parts in his hands and assembled every interface accordingly. The assembly of many interfaces required a lot of technical content. An unskilled person would need to spend at least 10 minutes to connect a single connection, but this old man had done it in almost a second. It looked like he had a lot of skill in this line of work. Every finger was fully performing its function. Fulcrum, balance, compression. Although the old man was panting a little earlier, his hands were very steady. These parts in his hands are like fragmented pieces of art that were slowly assembled into a dazzling work of art. The old man assembled very seriously, and Sillin also watched very seriously. He could learn a lot of assembly skills by observing the old man's movements. Sillin had never seen a person who could fully utilize their fingers to this extent. In fact, every gap between their fingers was fully utilized. The parts jumped on their fingers and were assembled onto the main body in the next moment. Other than the skill of his fingers, Sillin discovered that the old man was also very experienced in judging parts. He only needed to look at the interfaces on the main body, then sweep his gaze across the pile of parts placed on his knees, and he would be able to pick out the one he needed without error. While the old man was assembling, a three-dimensional image also appeared in Sillin's mind. After a part was assembled, the next part that was assembled at the interface had already taken shape in his mind. Then, Sillin's gaze and the old man's finger movements landed on the correct part almost at the same time. 10 minutes later, a 15-centimeter tall robot was completed. Sillin had watched the assembly process from beginning to end. He knew very well just how complicated the circuit connections and the assembly of chip parts were inside this robot. Even some of the engineers he had met on planet Brown Earth would need at least half a day to complete the assembly of this robot. Moreover, the inspection's qualification had yet to be verified. However, the old man had completed the final product in 10 minutes, and the inspection showed that it was absolutely excellent. After the old man finished assembling the parts, he realized that the little doll who had helped him pick up the parts was watching from aside. His eyes flashed with interest. "Little doll, are you interested?" Sillin looked at the little robot that was dancing smoothly in the old man's hand and answered, "No." After that, he turned around and prepared to return to his original seat. "Hey kid, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Stay here and chat with this old man. It's boring to wait here alone. But I see you're enjoying yourself." Sillin cursed in his heart. "Wait for me to bring the bag and hoverboard over. Just leave it there. No one will take it. Come here." The old man was afraid that Celine would run away. He moved his butt and patted the empty seat next to him, signaling Celine to sit down. Sillin had no choice but to sit down after looking at the bag and hoverboard. "Little doll, did you see how I assembled the parts just now?" Sillin nodded. "Did you see it clearly? There are a few parts that I don't understand." "Which parts?" Sillin pointed out his doubts. Although he had completely memorized the movements of the old man assembling the parts, there were a few principles that he did not understand. The old man was very surprised by the few questions that Sillin asked. If one did not have a certain understanding of the assembly of this model of robot, one would not be able to ask such questions. It seemed that this young man had learned it before. However, the old man did not show it on his face. He answered Sillin's questions one by one. The old man spoke simply and straightforwardly. He did not use a lot of difficult professional jargon like some ostentatious teachers to flaunt their erudition. The circuit is the nervous system of the robot. It takes a lot of effort to install this nervous system accurately. This old man has a lot of experience, and practice makes perfect. After talking about the circuit connection, the old man pointed to several parts of the robot. These things seem simple, but it takes a lot of effort to manufacture them. For example, you young people like to play with guns. Some of you who are well off often customize gun barrels and firearms, but you don't pay attention to the manufacturing process. Let's not talk about the design. That's a tiring job. After that, you have to choose the materials, expand the gun barrel, cut the rifling. A series of processes need to be precise. The more the old man spoke, the more energized he became. In fact, he even gave a few popular gun models as examples and criticized them to the point of no return. Among them were the DKC series multi-purpose titanium gun that was rather popular among youngsters and the Slaughter Elf that Sillin had seen before. but I heard that those idiots from the Duance family have come up with a carnage elf too these past few days. I haven't seen the specifics, but I hope it won't have a fatal flaw like the carnage elf." The old man's spittle flew everywhere as he spoke. His face was flushed. Although he did not say anything, he saw the approval in Silen's eyes. The more the old man criticized, the more enthusiastic he became. However, Silen was sweating in his heart. Those idiots from the Duance family. He was now under the Duance family's name. The beep sounded. The train had arrived. The people waiting at the platform all stood up, and the people in the waiting room also came out one after another. "Old man, let me send you on the train first." Silen lifted the 2 bags of parts and prepared to help the old man carry the 2 bags of parts on the train before getting off to grab his backpack and hoverboard. The weight of these 2 bags of parts was nothing to Silen, but the old man was old, and it took a lot of effort to carry them. Moreover, Silen quite admired the old man's research spirit. When it came to something related to his research, he would ignore it no matter how tired his body was. "Huh, you're not bad, kid. What's your name? Who's your mechanical engineering grand instructor? I'll talk to your grand instructor later and have him give you more credits and GPA." The old man asked while walking towards the train door. Although in principle, a student's credits and GPA were given strictly according to the student's usual grades, in reality, the final credits and GPA given were also made up of many factors. If someone from above recommended a student, then the substitute instructor would give them more credits. There were many instructors for every type of course, but there would never be more than 5 grand instructors. The old man called him a grand instructor the moment he opened his mouth. It looked like the old man's status in Seven Lights was pretty high. However, didn't people of that level usually have a special car? Then I really have to thank you. But I'm a new student in Seven Lights, and I haven't registered yet. As for who the instructor is, I have even less of a clue. You're specially recruited? No. My family paid to throw me in to continue my education. The old man was truly surprised. He paused for a moment and said, "You have the qualifications to be specially recruited." The old man's words were very certain. He didn't even use the usual prefixes like "I think" or "I think." It was straight up a very imposing statement. If I say you have it, then you have it. This was probably related to the old man's identity, and he was used to speaking like this. As if very dissatisfied that a student like Silen was not specially recruited, the old man snorted, "Name." Silen smiled and placed the 2 bags of parts next to the old man's seat. "I'm called Buzz." Buzz. The sound of a speeding car resounded. There were 2 open-top flying cars. One was crimson red, and the other bright yellow. When they flew past the station, the owner of the red car reached out and scooped Silen's backpack away. This was truly an evil act under the watchful eyes of the public. But the people at the station seemed to be used to it and did not have much of a reaction. It was obvious that the old man had seen it too. His eyes were as round as saucers. Earlier, he had told Silen that no one would take it. "You should go first." Once he was done, Silen quickly jumped out of the car, picked up the hoverboard that was not taken away, activated it, and chased after the old man on it. "Sigh, it's fine if there's nothing important, but isn't it futile to chase after a flying car with a hoverboard?" Someone commented, "Yeah, it's not like such a thing is rare. The people driving the flying cars are just bored out of their minds. It's not like they lack money, and they're purely looking for fun and irritating people. Even if they're caught by the police, they'll just be fined, compensated, and settled privately. That's why these people aren't afraid." Listening to the discussion around him, the old man was silent for 2 seconds. Then, he raised his hand and clicked on his communicator. He searched for a number on the pop-up interface, confirmed it, and dialed it. Chapter 22. At Seven Lights University's training base, inside the department head's office of the training division's office building. A middle-aged man and a muscular young man around 17 or 18 years old were conversing in front of a tea table. "Knight, what have you learned in the past 2 days at Seven Lights?" The middle-aged man asked the young man sitting in front of him with the smile of an elder looking at a junior. Although the middle-aged man was just sitting there, his every movement exuded the temperament of soldier. The young man called Knight looked slightly impatient, but he was talking to an elder after all, so his tone did not go overboard. In short, boring, utterly boring. Seven Lights isn't a military academy after all. It's impossible for the students to come into contact with guns and armor often, and even if they did, there wouldn't be a large-scale firepower training simulation. However, Seven Lights' online training platform is pretty good. The middle-aged man expressed that there were some things that he couldn't help even if he wanted to. But those aren't real. Facing a real gun muzzle and a simulated gun muzzle is completely different. Also, the people here are utterly lacking in terms of physical fitness. Bates' face was full of disdain. He had fought a few rounds with the senior students for the past 2 days, and although a few of them were barely passable, they were barely passable. Knight didn't really take them seriously. If he wanted to improve his combat strength, he could only train with the people in the training division. A portion of the people in the training division and police division were transferred over from the Galactic Army. Soldiers were different from academies, and the killing intent they exuded during battle excited Knight. This isn't a military academy after all. The middle-aged man had said this countless times in the past 2 days, and he felt very helpless. Why don't you apologize to your dad and arrange to go to a military academy at Sector C right now? You haven't registered here anyway. Impossible. I'd rather be bored here until I graduate than apologize. Plus, I'm not in the wrong at all. Those bastards deserve a beating. They deserve a beating. A wave of hostility rose from Knight's body at the mention of this matter. Didn't I just beat up a bunch of noisy, pretentious rich kids? I'll beat them all the same the next time I see them. The middle-aged man smiled wryly. The father and son duo were so alike that their stubbornness was hard to reverse once it was triggered. Just as he was about to say something, his communicator suddenly rang. He gestured to Knight to wait for a moment and looked. He didn't recognize the number, and it wasn't even a video call, just a voice call. Pondering who it was, Huanil picked up the communicator and said with the imposing manner of the training division director, "I'm Huanil." Little Nail, the moment he heard the voice, Huanil shot up from his chair and reflexively brought his feet together in a standard military stance. Then, he answered with a forceful voice, "Yes." Knight was so shocked that he nearly fell off his chair. His mouth was agape as he stared at the man who was acting like an elder just a moment ago. Now he was standing ramrod straight, listening to the admonishment of the person on the other end of the communicator. "Yes. Okay, don't worry. I will immediately inform the security department to take action." "Okay, I know, please don't worry." "Okay, be careful." It was only after the communication ended that Huanil's tense body relaxed a little. His expression was bitter, and it was much deeper than when he was talking to Knight just now. Also, why did Old Master Mo change his number again? Speaking of which, Old Master Mo changed his number more and more frequently to prevent people from bothering him. It was probably because the new students had arrived and there were more people asking to visit him. "Uncle Hua, what happened?" "We'll talk later." Huanil didn't have the time to explain too much tonight. He turned around and connected to the security team. The call was quickly connected. Nail, why are you looking for me at this time? Are you bored and looking for practice?" The other side teased. Huanil ignored the other's teasing and said seriously, "Gerard, I just received a report that there was a robbery at the global train station in the trade zone. 2 flying cars stole the backpack of a waiting student." On the other side, Gerard couldn't help but facepalm when he heard this. They couldn't be bothered to care about such things. They were all small squabbles between students, and it was almost no big deal. Moreover, it was just a backpack that they stole. It wasn't anything important. Plus, those rich kids who raced their cars didn't lack money at all. But someone who could get the public security squad to mobilize troops through Huanil obviously had some weight to his name. Gerard's biggest annoyance was that he would be pissed if the public security squad was dragged into the squabbles between the children of a few great families. "Nail, tell me, who made the report?" "Your old boss, General Mo's father, Seven Lights Vice Headmaster, Old Mo." Before Huanil could finish, Gerard said righteously, to commit such a despicable act as a flying car robbery in broad daylight. This is outrageous. Juanil. When Gerard was done, he turned around and roared at his subordinates who were sparring outside the window. Bastards, get into formation and move out. Whoever is one step slower will be stripped and thrown to run naked around the city. After he was done shouting, he said to the communicator, Nail, tell Oldemon not to worry. We will immediately move out and take care of those two itching brats. After turning off the communicator, Juanil pressed the control button on his hand. A screen drooped down, and after he had inputted the coordinates, a few images appeared. There were images taken from the top, the side, and the front-facing Cylin and the two flying cars. Knight had also come over curiously to take a look. There was an uninhabited area between the trade zone and the nightless city of the entertainment zone. The three red, yellow, and blue cars that flew past the boundless green forest on the ground stirred up a wave of green. Fuck, that kid actually chased us for so long on that shitty hoverboard. What's in his bag? The person in the bright yellow flying car complained. Other than a newspaper, a tablet, and some clothes, it's all food. The clothes look like they're made of a pretty valuable material, but there's nothing else of value. The person in the crimson flying car rummaged through Cylin's bag and said, Fuck, he chased us for so long with just this? Another hothead, I wonder how many high-efficiency energy cells he used. The person attributed the reason why Cylin chased them for so long to the high-efficiency energy cells. That's right, TCH, he wants to chase after a flying car with a shitty hoverboard. It's useless even if he used 100 high-efficiency energy cells. That kid is a complete idiot. Ignore him and speed up. That kid won't last long anyway. Plus, that shitty hoverboard of his doesn't have much of a burden on the high-efficiency energy cells. Don't let it explode while chasing. Haha, that's interesting. Let's wait and see that kid's hoverboard explode. Oh, the duo roared arrogantly and continued to increase the speed of the car. Cylin narrowed his eyes and increased the force under his feet. He also adjusted his body to an angle with the least resistance, and an invisible aura around him broke through the air like a shuttle. He didn't have goggles, but this speed didn't affect Cylin's vision at all. Following the sound of the hoverboard breaking through the air, the current Cylin seemed to have merged with the hoverboard as he shot out like a blue homing bullet. He possessed both speed and agility. Cylin's brain calculated the opponent's speed, the amount of pedaling force he needed to use, the number of pedals he needed to use, and the endurance of the hoverboard. This hoverboard relied on energy to provide itself with maximum speed, so it couldn't catch up to the two flying cars in front of it. That was why Cylin reduced the amount of energy and used human pedaling instead. Inside the training division's office, Juanil and Knight were staring at the screen. This kid isn't simple at all. Juanil asked. He didn't use the manual rudder, but completely controlled it with his mind. It's obvious that his mind control is very strong from the way he nimbly dodged the obstacles. Not only that, he saved energy and used all the energy that was originally allocated to the manual rudder to maintain the hoverboard's flight. If he had started chasing with the hoverboard from the train station to the trade zone, the fact that he was able to chase this far without being shaken off by the flying car means that this guy's stamina is pretty good. From the distorted shockwaves when he stepped on the hoverboard, it can be seen that this guy is very strong. At this point, Knight's eyes were already revealing a strong desire to fight. Who is he? There was no way such a person was unknown. Juanil entered a series of passwords and coordinates on the other screen. Through the 7 lights card's location and identification, he could confirm the cardholder's identity. Cylin Dewance? The Dewance families? On the other side, a special passenger flying car from the trade zone to the entertainment zone's nightless city was traveling in the air. A couple of students were bored as they stared at the endless green forest outside the window. Suddenly, a student who was looking outside the window opened his eyes wider and wider. Holy shit, is that bro stepping on a hoverboard? The people beside him looked outside the window. 2 flying cars and the hoverboard that was hot on their heels appeared in everyone's sight, and they quickly overtook the passenger car. Is that really a hoverboard and not a plane? Bullshit. Is there a plane that looks like a hoverboard? I think this is actually a hoverboard commercial, isn't it? Someone else expressed his opinion. Someone looked around. I don't see a film crew around. If it really is a hoverboard, then I'm going to buy one like this. I just don't know what brand it is. It's fine. I recorded the scene just now. No matter what the people on the passenger car were discussing, Silen's only wish right now was to take pictures of these two bag robbers and fish out of some compensation money. The hoverboard might just be scrapped after this flight. The two flying cars in front continued to accelerate, and Silen also increased the force and frequency of his steps. The sound of the hoverboard breaking through the air could be heard clearly by everyone inside the passenger car. Before long, the three shadows of red, yellow, and blue disappeared from the passenger car's sight. Not good. The hoverboard is almost at its limit. Silen's mind swiftly calculated the angle and success rate of his next move. The duo who were chatting inside the flying car suddenly heard a loud explosion behind them. Ha! It exploded! It exploded! That kid's hoverboard exploded! The person inside the red car had a look of wild joy on his face. He was just about to turn around and look at the kid's terrible state behind them when he suddenly heard a loud bang. His vision blurred, and the flying car crashed uncontrollably towards the ground. In the next moment, there was another bang. The other bright yellow flying car was kicked away while doing a difficult roll. Inside the training division's office, Juanil and Knight were both dumbfounded as they stared at the screen. Chapter 23. The two people inside the flying car did not understand what was going on, but Juanil and Knight saw everything clearly in front of the training division screen. The moment the hoverboard exploded, Silen borrowed the impact produced by the explosion to charge towards the crimson flying car. He slapped the car's rear and used the force of the slap to swiftly kick the bright yellow flying car at the side. In the blink of an eye, one of the two flying cars was slapped down and the other was kicked away. Juanil and Knight were not shocked by whether or not Silen had slapped down or kicked the two cars, but by how accurately Silen had grasped the timing. Borrowing the momentum of the explosion caused by the hoverboard's overload would not succeed if he was a moment too early, and he would be hurt by the explosion shockwave if he was a moment too late. At the same time, Silen was able to accurately lock onto the crimson flying car's next point of impact after he was launched. Then, he would borrow the force to kick the bright yellow flying car away. Knight pointed at Silen, who had landed safely on the screen, and said, "How can a person like this be unknown?" Juanil did not answer Knight's question and sighed emotionally, as expected of the man under Elder Hiroshi's protection. But since when did the Duance family produce such a person? A person like this was obviously a battle-hardened veteran. There was no way he was the same as those tender newbies. Moreover, Juanil could see that the kid was quite decisive and did not hesitate in the slightest from the scene alone. Inside the vast green forest, after two loud crashes, Silen slowly walked to the side of the crimson flying car. The car's body was already deformed, and some of its internal components were scattered everywhere. Some had even landed far away. The flying car's energy system was relatively safe, so it did not explode. Although the person inside the car was protected by the car's protective bag and was not seriously injured, he was obviously still in shock. His eyes were dull, his body was still trembling, and his teeth were chattering. Looking at the person, Silen took out his backpack from inside the car and checked the contents inside. He curled his lips. He actually ate the snacks he bought. Ripping off the protective bag, Silen grabbed the person's face and shook it. It was only then that the person slowly moved his focus to Silen. His already pale face turned even paler as he said shakily, Don't kill me. I'll return the backpack. How much money do you want? I'll pay you." He was truly afraid. He had never encountered something like this before. The moment the car was slapped down, his entire body seemed to be enveloped in despair. "You make it sound like I'm a robber." Silen took out a tablet and wrote on it, then passed it to the person. "Because your evil deeds have caused me serious losses, so you have to pay me back. This is what you should do. Here, The details are all recorded here. A hoverboard costs 2,000 star coins, and the energy storage consumes 500 star coins. You ate 3 of my snacks, 5 star coins each, so 3 of them is 15 star coins. However, these 3 snacks are from the trade zone, so I can't go back there to buy them now. So, these 3 snacks will be 30 star coins, and there will be 10,000 star coins for mental damage. Of course, the most important thing is that this matter has also wasted my time. You know that time can't be bought with money, so I'll take a loss and count it as 10,000 star coins. Sillin said a lot of things, and finally concluded, that's a total of 50,000 star coins. Is there a problem? The person was no longer in the mood to think. He only shook his head and nodded. All right, that's it. Leave your fingerprint. Sillin handed the tablet to the person. The person trembled as he pressed his fingerprint on the tablet. Where's the card? The person trembled as he took out his 7 lights card. Yo, it's even orange. What year are you? It was at this moment the security team's alarm rang, and the person's eyes that were filled with terror suddenly lit up as if he had seen his savior. The security team had sent a motorcade. In the past, it was already good enough for the security team to send out a car when something like this happened. Today, it could be said that they were paying extra attention to this matter. Gerard was personally leading the team. On the way here, the surveillance on Gerard's car only showed 3 rapidly moving indicators. It was possible to tell which was the flying car and which was the hoverboard, because both hoverboards and flying cars had GPS signals and 7 lights. However, Gerard did not know what exactly happened, so when he saw the hoverboard's indicator disappear on the surveillance, his entire body turned cold. Oh no, how am I going to explain this to Surimo? Although the 2 flying cars had crashed, their bodies were not destroyed, and their GPS signals had not disappeared either. Therefore, what Gerard saw was the 2 cars' indicators moving strangely before coming to a stop. Gerard urged the security team to hurry over. However, when they saw the scene in person, the security team members were a little dumbfounded. Both flying cars had crashed? What on earth happened? Right now, the only person Gerard cared about was Sillin. Neil had already sent Sillin's information to Gerard, so the moment Gerard saw Sillin at the scene, he ran straight towards him. "Duant Sillin, is it? I am a security team, Captain Gerard." Gerard wore a kind smile on his face. When he saw that Sillin was fine, Gerard's heart also relaxed. Sillin leaned against the car and looked at the passing Gerard. He was sure that he did not know this person, but before he could answer, he heard the person still sitting in the car scream, "Help!" While screaming, he pulled himself out of the flying car with great effort and ran straight towards Gerard, who was wearing the security team's logo. Gerard threw the running person to the team members behind him. He had no time to pay attention to this guy right now. "We have received a report of a flying car robbery at a train station in the trade zone. We need to understand the situation right now. Hello, Captain Gerard. I am very grateful that everyone from the security team came to uphold justice, but we have reached an agreement to settle this privately. That's for the best," Gerard shouted in his heart. He did not want to get involved in the conflict between the children of great families. But when he thought of Surimo, Gerard still recorded the bag robber's demerit and deducted his credits and GPA. "Captain Gerard, do you have a card reader? I want to borrow it. I want to transfer it." "Transfer? I have one in my car." Gerard led Sillin over. When he saw Sillin swipe his card and transfer the money, and then very calmly return the card to the original owner, Gerard couldn't help but think that perhaps they really did come here for nothing. With Gerard's experience, he could naturally guess what had happened after seeing the scene. He couldn't help but think much more highly of Sillin. Before, he was still giving face to Surimo, but now he had to admit Sillin's ability. The person in the other bright yellow flying car was also brought over. His situation was similar to the one in the crimson flying car. He was trembling so much that he was almost carried over by the security team. After the main matters were settled, Gerard had his men deal with the aftermath of the scene, and he and a few team members drove Sillin and the other 2 away. However, Sillin got off the car at the edge of Nightless City. He still wanted to observe the situation in Nightless City. After Sillin got off the car, a security team member next to Gerard's side, "Captain, that kid is actually a King Kong, isn't he? A hoverboard chasing a flying car?" It was truly unimaginable, and not just anyone could overturn 2 flying cars with just a hoverboard powered by a normal energy cell. Not even Gerard himself could guarantee it. At the same time, a video was released on Seven Lights' internal network, and the name Hoverboard Kid began to spread throughout Seven Lights. Chapter 24. There were a lot of people who knew of Hoverboy, but very few knew that Hoverboy was Sillin. This was because Sillin's figure was a little blurry in the video, and his face could not be seen clearly. When he was chasing after the flying car, the air around Sillin's body was compressed and distorted irregularly. Moreover, the clarity of the video recorded by the people on the passenger flying car was not high, and the distorted parts could not be restored in the future. For this reason, the person who recorded the video had even bought a more professional camera so that he would not regret it in the future. Sillin had seen the video by chance. Fortunately, he had changed his clothes when he arrived at Nightless City, and his original clothes were damaged due to the air friction while chasing after the flying car. Otherwise, even if he did not know the true face of Hoverboy, he would still be familiar with his clothes. After arriving at Nightless City, Sillin deeply felt the money-making ability of this enormous entertainment system. More than 80% of the people who came to Seven Lights, especially those who came from wealthy families, spent their money here. Tuition fees and whatnot were practically worthless in comparison. Amusement parks, bars, game halls, hotels, casinos. The madness of entertainment knew no day or night. In Nightless City, there were disputes at almost every moment, but the security team would not care too much. Seven Lights had a clear rule that as long as the matter was within a certain acceptable range, they could be allowed to cause as much trouble as they wanted. But once the limit was exceeded, Seven Lights' punishment would be very strict, and there were plenty of people who were expelled from school for causing too much trouble. Other than that, there were also related laws and regulations. Once they were enforced, the security team and the training division would be mobilized. Who were the security team and the training division? They were the people sent by the galactic military who had experienced life and death battles. Resistance? No way. Sillin walked around Nightless City for 2 days before continuing to his next stop. For the next 3 days, Sillin went to the training zone, the R&D zone, and other areas. However, those areas were more restricted, and Sillin did not have the authority to do so right now. Although he had only observed from the periphery, Sillin still deeply felt the uniqueness of these areas. On the last day of registration, Sillin took the train back to the school district. According to the original plan, there was still plenty of time for registration. The reason why Sillin only registered after he was done with his stroll was because he was only allowed to walk around the teaching area after registration and was not allowed to leave as he pleased. This was because after registration, all of the students' files in Seven Lights would be activated, and they would truly become Seven Lights official students. Seven Lights management was relatively stricter towards new students. This was the management method adopted by most of the schools in Sector B. Following the directions on the map, Sillin arrived at the reporting area. The first 2 days and the last day of the check-in period were the peak hours, but there was absolutely no one in the last hour of the check-in period. From afar, he could see that there weren't many students at the registration counter. There were only 2 staff members sitting there, shaking their arms. It seemed like they had a lot of work today and were exhausted. Those guys came to Seven Lights University so early and went to Nightless City to have fun. They only came back on the last day to register. "I'm so tired," a staff member complained. "It can't be helped. It's like this every year. If those young masters had registered a few days earlier, they would have rotted in the school district." A person lying on a chair answered, "There's still an hour left. There shouldn't be anyone left. We'll leave after a nap." "I'm afraid not. There's a kid in front of us." Looking at the slowly approaching Sillin, the duo's complexion turned a little ugly. They could not even hide their impatient expressions. After looking at Sillin's card, one of them pointed at a small device beside his hand, swiped the Seven Lights card on it. After the Seven Lights card was swiped, Sillin's information appeared on the screen. The Dewant's family? A big family. Seeing Silen's information, the duo's attitude at the reporting area improved a lot. They forced a smile and passed Silen a tablet. Please fill in these pieces of information. There are also matters such as dormitory selection at the back. At this point, the staff member paused for a moment. I don't think there are any single dormitories left. There aren't any double dormitories either. I'm sorry, but I think you can only choose a quad dormitory. But quad dormitories are good as well. It's big, and in 7 lights. The space in a dormitory has always been 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 less than 2 plus 2 less than 4. Also, quad dormitories are all villas. The person explained the benefits of quad dormitories to Silen. In truth, Silen also understood that although quad dormitories had the largest space and were slightly more than 4 single dormitories combined, the extra space was just a yard. Many people did not care for it, but Silen was an exception. In 7 Lights' student dormitory area, the most expensive accommodation was a single villa, and the most affordable was actually a single apartment. However, these two types were obviously the most popular, and those who came a little late were not able to choose them. Quad dormitories had always been thought of as a dormitory filled with conflict and trouble. After all, there were plenty of people who did not like each other when squeezed into a single apartment. In 7 Lights, there were frequent incidents where the entire villa was destroyed due to conflict between roommates. The reason why it was called quad dormitory was because other than the space inside the dormitory, everyone had their own training room, lounge, bathroom, study, and so on. A single dormitory only had 1 set of these things, and a quad dormitory had 4 sets of everything except the yard, living room, and kitchen. Then I'll choose a quad villa. Although Silen's ideal choice was a single apartment, it didn't matter if there wasn't one. The living conditions here were much better than the place he used to live in. While Silen was filling in the form, another person walked in from the registration office's entrance. It was a familiar face. Silen, you're reporting in at this time too. C.I. Jinsheng closed the book in his hands and walked over with a smile. C.I. Jinsheng's 7 Lights card was orange, meaning that he was specially recruited. The 2 staff immediately widened their smiles and enthusiastically introduced the necessary procedures to C.I. Jinsheng. The reason they were so enthusiastic wasn't just because C.I. Jinsheng was a specially recruited student. The most important reason was the information displayed on C.I. Jinsheng's card. The surname C.I. was uncommon in the galaxy, and with C.I. Jinsheng's qualification as a specially recruited student, the 2 staff immediately thought of that family. The academic titans, the C.I. family. There wasn't a single person in the academic world who didn't know of the C.I. family. The frequency of the C.I. family members appearing in the 2 top magazines, Glory and Code, was breathtaking. Moreover, the C.I. family's influence in the galaxy's military and politics couldn't be underestimated either. It was no wonder that the 2 were so enthusiastic. Logically speaking, according to the registration order, every dormitory should be filled up before they could arrange for another dormitory. However, Silen and C.I. Jinsheng's backgrounds were right there, and the 2 knew each other. The staff might as well do them a favor and reopen a quad villa. There were already 3 people living in the previous villa anyway, so they had to reopen a new one sooner or later. While the 2 were filling in the form, the sound of speeding suddenly came. There was the sound of a flying car and the sound of a hoverboard. Screech, the ruby-like body drifted beautifully, and the luxurious flying car came to a stop. The roof opened, revealing a familiar face to Silen. Andrira Lung. At the same time the flying car stopped, the hoverboard also stopped in front of the door. A muscular young man jumped off the hoverboard, put it away, and walked in. The 2 entered at almost the same time. C.I. Jinsheng's eyelids twitched when he saw them. These 2. Chapter 25. When they saw the 2 people who had just entered the door, the smiles on the 2 employees' faces widened once more. However, it was different from the mentality they had when they were facing C.I. Jinsheng. Right now, the 2 of them were trying their best to smile as sincerely and passionately as possible, but their backs were starting to sweat profusely. With their eyesight, it was only natural that they could tell that the ruby-encrusted flying car was not something an ordinary rich family could buy, and that hoverboard was a military hoverboard. A military hoverboard was not something a normal flying car could compare to. Moreover, there was only one place in Seven Lights University that had this kind of hoverboard, and that was the training division. The duo knew very well what kind of people in the training division were. To be able to obtain a military hoverboard from the training division, it was obvious that this kid on a hoverboard had a pretty good military background. Anyone with a military background was not easy to deal with. Yo, Boston Ivy, we meet again. What a coincidence. Lung let out a bright smile. He really did not expect to run into Sillin at this time. Although Lung was driving a super luxurious flying car, his outfit was still the same one Sillin saw at the trade zone. It looked really incongruous. What a coincidence, Sillin replied with a smile. Sillin did not dislike this person. In fact, he found him interesting. A distinguished background could not hide this person's ability. Perhaps many people did not notice, but Sillin was sure that Lung was definitely not weak. As for the young man on the hoverboard, he carried an untamed aura amidst his resoluteness. When he saw Sillin, his eyes flashed with a fighting spirit as strong as a star. Even though they were just bystanders, the two employees felt a sense of fear. This young man was none other than Knight, who had watched the entire process of Sillin slapping down the flying car with Wanil at the training division. Sillin was puzzled when he saw Knight's gaze. Who the hell is this guy? He seems to know me. However, Sillin did not show any signs of backing down in the face of the threatening, fighting spirit in Knight's eyes. Knight and Lung's Seven Lights cards were the same as Sillin's red cards. After they swiped their cards on the machine, their information was displayed on the screen. Andrira Lung, Fiegler Knight. The two employees exchanged glances with each other as their little hearts trembled violently. They had been in Seven Lights for so many years, so of course they were familiar with some of the more sensitive surnames. Everyone knew that the Andrira family was so poor they only had money left. What was more important was that the surname Fiegler had suddenly appeared. Fiegler came from a military family. There were already quite a few generals with the surname Fiegler, and among the 8 great marshals of the Interstellar Alliance Army, one of them had the surname Fiegler. The two staff members carefully dealt with the two people in front of them, for fear of offending these two little devils. Although there were plenty of rich kids in Seven Lights, there really weren't many who had backgrounds like the ones in front of them. In comparison, Sillin's Duan's family background was much more low-key. Originally, the two employees were going to report to their superiors and request for a few more single villas, but Lung and Knight chose to stay in the same dormitory as Sillin and Ci, Xianxia right away. This surprised the two staff members. It was rare for someone with such a deep background to choose the least popular 4-person room. With their background, as long as they persevered, it was not impossible for them to get a single villa. After the 4 of them were done with the procedures, Lung waved his hand. Let's go. Sit in my car, roommates. Our beautiful 4-person life has begun. 4-person mode. Following Lung's voice, his 1-seater flying car swiftly transformed. The body of the car was slightly elongated, and 3 seats appeared one after the other. Sillin did not hold back and jumped straight into the car. It would be a waste not to take a free ride. When Ci Jinsheng saw Sillin jump in, he paused for a moment before jumping into the car as well. Knight picked up the hoverboard he had put away and jumped into Lung's car. Yo, bro, so you don't mind my car now? You were looking down on me when I offered you a ride before. Lung joked when he saw Knight jump into the car. When Lung drove his flying car over from the trade zone and was about to reach the school zone, he ran into Knight, who was coming over from the training zone on a hoverboard. Cut the bullshit. You didn't even get a seat at the time. It's obvious that you were just joking. Knight curled his lips. Lung smiled and said nothing. At the time, he really was just joking. Even if Knight wanted to hitch a ride, Lung would not have paid him any attention. However, they were all in the same dorm now. In the old man's words, they were one of us. Of course, he had to treat his own people better. It was only after the flying car had flown far away and disappeared out of sight that the two staff members finally slumped down on their chairs. Holy shit, so many people signed up today. I didn't think that the finale would show up at the last hour. Yeah, who would have thought that 4 big shots would show up at the very beginning? Especially Knight. Sai, tell me, he has such a deep military background. Why did he come to Seven Lights instead of going to a military academy at Sector C? It doesn't seem like the Fiegler family style. What's wrong with that? The children of those big families have weird tempers. Maybe they want to change. Look at the Andrira family. Which one of them isn't a weirdo? That's true. Dorm room number 13 in Sector 6. This is probably the dorm for this term's new students. No, maybe even the entire Seven Lights University right now. Silen's quartet's dorm was number 13 in Sector 6. Sector 6 was a private villa area, and 13 was the house number. The number displayed in the recording system was 0613. After the number 0613 was keyed into the flying car, a clear navigation appeared. It didn't take long for the quartet to arrive at their assigned dorm. The first floor of the dorm took up at least 500 square meters of space. The dorm had 3 floors, and the first floor was the largest. The second and third floors were about the same in size, and excluding the courtyard, the 3 floors added up to at least 1,200 square meters. The wide courtyard was paved with grass, and above the fence was a light screen that reached straight into the sky. However, those who were not part of this dorm were not allowed to enter. Forcible entry would trigger an alarm and rebound. The target of the light screen was a Seven Lights card. While they were going through the procedures at the registration center, the quartet's identity information had already been entered into the dorm management system. The light screen in the courtyard opened up after sensing their Seven Lights cards, and the flying car flew straight into the courtyard. Lung sighed the moment he saw the dorm. It's so fucking small. Silin, although C.I., Jincheng, and Knight did not say anything, it was obvious from their expressions that they had the same thoughts as Lung. Silin sighed in his heart. Fine, I'm a poor man. I won't compare myself to them. The keys to the dorm were all Seven Lights cards. As for the locks of each room, they would have to be set up separately. There was a setup system in every bedroom, and it was used to set the locks of their own bedroom, study, training room, and so on. The 4 training rooms, the living room, and the kitchen were all here. To Silin's surprise, other than the first floor, which had a fixed layout, the second and third floor could be moved according to one's preferences. Just like toy blocks, they could move and assemble according to one's preferences. Therefore, after a series of adjustments, there was no longer a clear boundary between the second and third floor. There was only the first floor above and the first floor below. After they were assigned their respective bedrooms, study, and so on, Lung shouted, "Let's go eat first. I'm starving to death, and I don't have the energy to tidy up the rest." Bullshit, did you tidy up? What's with those 2 home robots? All you did was adjust the distribution of space a little. But it was true that it was almost time for dinner. Never mind. I'll tidy up the rest after dinner. Should we order takeout or eat there? Silin asked. The Seven Lights Handbook mentioned that the cafeteria had takeout, and many students had ordered takeout instead of going to the cafeteria. Of course, we're going to the cafeteria on our first day, and we can also see the beauties of Seven Lights. They're pretty good quality, you know. Lung smiled cheekily. The dorm area was divided into 7 sections. Section 1 and 2 were single villas. Section 3 and 4 were double villas. Section 5 and 6 were quadruple villas, and Section 7 was single apartments. These 7 sections formed a ring, and the center of the ring was the cafeteria, convenience store, hospital, coffee shop, and so on. The cafeteria was in the shape of a heptagonal star, and every corner was facing a dorm area. When Silin's quartet arrived at the cafeteria, they first swiped their cards and reserved a seat. It was fine as long as they could arrive within 30 minutes. If the person who swiped their card did not arrive within 30 minutes, then the seat would automatically be canceled and become unoccupied. After the quartet had reserved their seats, they went their separate ways to choose their dishes. After all, their tastes were different. But just as Sillin was choosing his dishes, a shout suddenly came from behind him. Sillin! Chapter 26. The owner of the voice was none other than Alan, whom Sillin had met on the transport. Alan had originally come down from the passageway at the side to pick people up, but he didn't expect to see Sillin, who was about to pick his dishes. What a coincidence, Alan. Sillin waved the tray in his hand and greeted Alan. Looking at the empty tray in Sillin's hand, Alan hurriedly said, Sillin, it just so happens that you haven't picked your dishes yet. Come, let's go upstairs. It's my treat today. I wanted to tell you a long time ago, but I don't have your number. It just so happens that I ran into you here. While saying that, Alan grabbed Sillin's arm and dragged him upstairs, as if he was afraid that Sillin would refuse. Ever since he saw Sillin and Kong Man's discussion on the transport, and that complicated formula on the writing board, Alan had greatly admired this peer of his. Alan was also very enthusiastic towards those who were truly talented and knowledgeable. Never bully the old. This was the ideology his old man had instilled in him. Don't be in such a hurry. I came here with my roommates. I can't just leave without saying a word, can I? Sillin put down the tray and said, roommates? Sillin, how many rooms is your accommodation? Alan had always thought that Sillin would choose a single villa given his conditions, but he didn't expect that to not be the case. I just registered today, so there's only a 4-person villa left. Oh, I understand. I also registered 3 days ago just to grab a single villa, but I still didn't make it in time. I can only choose a double villa. Alan made a regretful expression. The reason I'm treating today is so that I can get to know my roommates and the people in the surrounding accommodation, and also a couple of people I got to know after coming here. All right, I've also invited Pride. As for Kong Man, he seems to be a bit busy and can't come. Alan could be said to have put in a lot of effort to invite Pride, and he lost count of how many good words he had said. At the same time, Alan also felt it was a bit of a pity. He was going to invite this term's twin stars of 7 lights to take a photo together, but he didn't expect Kong Man to reject the invitation with the excuse that he didn't have time. Sillin, contact your other 3 roommates. It's my treat. Let's go together. The more the merrier. We're all freshmen this year, so let's get to know each other. By the way, there are a few beauties coming today. Don't miss them. The 4 of them had exchange numbers when they were on Lung's flying car earlier, so Sillin immediately dug out all 3 of their numbers and dialed them at the same time. After he told them about Alan's treat, other than Lung, who was more straightforward, Ci, Jinsheng, and Knight were a little reluctant, but they still agreed to it in the end. Ci, Jinsheng, and Knight had agreed, mainly because of Sillin. Otherwise, with Ci Jinsheng's personality, he wouldn't like that kind of absolutely chaotic atmosphere. Knight was also disdainful of communicating with those pretentious bastards who didn't know shit. It was already good enough that he didn't greet them with a punch. While Sillin was communicating with the trio, Alan ran to the entrance and looked around for a moment, as if he was waiting for someone. Not long later, he returned with 3 beautiful girls and said something to them that caused the 3 beauties to laugh so hard that they shook like flowers. Their watery eyes added an extra layer of charm to them, and the students who were holding their trays around them stared straight at them. They didn't even realize that the dishes on their trays had been taken away. 3 beauties, allow me to introduce myself. This is my friend Sillin. Sillin. And these 3 are... Alan, didn't you say that everyone has been waiting for a long time? One of the girls cut in before Alan could introduce himself. That's right, Alan. Hurry up and bring us up. The other girl flicked her hair and glanced sideways at Alan. Although Sillin looked good and had a good temperament, there were plenty of people like him in 7 Lights. Therefore, they really didn't have much interest in Sillin at all. Moreover, didn't the big shots usually go upstairs to a private room to eat? Seeing Alan's hesitation, Sillin smiled. It's fine, Alan. Bring them up first. Then, Sillin, wait for your roommates to arrive and go up together. The Freedom Hall is on the 2nd floor. I'll come and pick you up after I've sent them up. The moment they heard that Sillin actually had roommates, and not just one at that, the 3 girls lost even the slightest interest in Sillin. A person who lived in a 4-person room was not qualified to enter their eyes. Sillin didn't care about the three girls' gazes at all. He leaned against the side of the passage and waited for them. If it wasn't for Knight's words today, perhaps they wouldn't have chosen the dishes themselves and ordered the robots instead. Every time he recalled Xianxia and Lung's expressions when they heard Knight's words, Sillin wanted to laugh. On the way to the cafeteria, Knight shared a little of his past experience. In fact, he had always ordered the robots to deliver his food before he entered the intermediate education school. However, there was one time when he saw a couple of mischievous fellows shoving dandruff into the separated plates. When the robots came to carry the plates, they would only scan the name of the dish, the presence of other living creatures, the presence of poisonous substances, and so on. Since then, Knight had always personally carried the plates, and it was obvious that Xianxia and Lung had always let the robots carry their food. At the time, both Xianxia and Lung felt nauseous. When they arrived at the cafeteria and saw that there were indeed a lot of people who personally carried the plates, the two became even more certain it looked like a lot of people had similar experiences. Therefore, they decided to try their best to personally carry the plates in the future, or they could just get a plate-carrying robot and set up a few more scanning procedures. Not long after Lon went up, Xianxia and the other two came over one after another. It looked like the experience of personally carrying the plates wasn't that great. Sillin, where's your friend? Lung looked left and right, but didn't see anyone else. He brought the three beauties upstairs. Sillin pointed upstairs. Oh, beauties! But Sillin, tell me first, is your relationship with that friend of yours close? Sillin briefly explained what happened on the transport plane to him. So you guys aren't that close, huh? But why was that kid so enthusiastic? Chev, Alan? Chev? Oh, I remember now. The family that founded Star Tomorrow and Prospect. Not bad. These two electronic publications both have more than 60 contribution points. Lung was obviously more familiar with these things, but judging from his tone, the Chev family was only not bad to Lung. Speaking of Star of Tomorrow, both Xianxia and Knight knew about it, because they had both appeared on that publication before. So, all three of you have appeared on that electronic publication. Sillin said, appearing on an electronic publication with 60 contribution points wasn't something that could be done with money and background alone. The most important thing was real talent. Just like Kong Man, who had an ordinary background, he was able to obtain the title of Double Star like Pride completely through his own talent and ability. Hearing Sillin's words, Knight snorted. You can appear on those publications if you want, but don't think that you can hide from other people's eyes just because you hide. We'll practice tomorrow. Indeed, a hoverboard kid who can chase after two flying cars with just a normal hoverboard and not get left behind. We have high hopes for you. Lung winked. Judging from Xianxia's calm expression, he obviously knew that hoverboard kid was Sillin. You guys know all about it. Sillin scratched his head. That's not all I know. Not just anyone can overturn two flying cars with a lousy hoverboard. That's why we need to practice properly before school starts. It sure isn't easy to find a good opponent in Seven Lights. The moment this was mentioned, Knight became eager again. The fighting spirit in his eyes instantly rose. All right, let's find a place to practice tomorrow. Of course, Sillin wouldn't turn down a chance to practice. Don't tell me there's more to this hoverboard kid. Quick, tell us, Knight. Lung immediately moved closer. While they were going upstairs, Knight summarized the situation in a single sentence. It was simple and clear. Then, Lung's eyes lit up with amazement. Sillin, go endorse the hoverboards my family sells. You'll get great treatment. Andryer's family did have a hoverboard manufacturing factory, and the brand was pretty famous too. Every hoverboard was priced at 10,000 galactic credits. Sillin smiled without saying a word. After reporting Freedom Hall, a little flying robot brought the four over. They didn't take more than a few steps before they saw Alan coming from the corner. Hey, Sillin, I was just about to go down and pick you up. Alan's voice came to an abrupt halt. His eyes widened because he saw the three people beside Sillin clearly. You're tuning in to the Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.